delegates, members, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am Modi on behalf of AOIL and ALDB. Welcome you all to the fifth Laboratory Congress. This year, the theme of the Congress is Indian Laboratories, Future and Opportunity. The conference has been organized by AOIL, which was founded on 19th of April, which is today, 7 years back, 2015. For a long time, large studies people have a platform where they can share and discuss issues of their common interest. The coalition of like-minded people led to the formation of AOIL. So to commemorate the event, now call upon Professor Singh, our chief guest. Please, all of this. Dr. R.A. Young, our distinguished guest.
Camera. Stay.
I also like to call Mr. Ravi Singh and Satish Chandrakumar to the conference. Now, please.
Perfect.
Another addition is Dr. Manal Jawahar. Dr. Aparna Jawahar, Mr. Ashutosh Agarwal, and she is in the market. I think we are having a lot of writing for the landline. That's sorry.
Camera दृश्य कर सकता
and our the secretary, Dr. R.A. Singh, you are following that.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to have you all today with us. We all are really excited in our system. Alright, moving on. As healthcare systems across India mature, the local lab market is undergoing major changes. Labs are adopting new and innovative technologies. Agriculture is becoming than ever before, while policies are impacting quality and access to lab.
वॉइस नहीं आ
To add to this is increasing the importance of testing and calibration. For innovations to take place and also for them to go to the market level. So to understand this further, let's begin our discussion and welcome our first guest, Mr. A. Shashikumar, Regional Chairman, South Association of Indian Laboratories. Please, Mr. Singh.
On behalf of Association of Indian Laboratories, And today we welcome our chief guest, Professor Venu.
Microphone.
Professor and Head of Technology. I'd like to welcome our Chairman, former advisor of Department of Science Technology, former Director ATDS, former National TLC Compliance Monitoring Authority. I'd like to welcome our President, Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh. I'd like to welcome all my special invitees, Dr. Anil Choudhary, ex-CEO, the Alkisol Agrawal, Deputy Director Legal Methodology, Dr. Apaka Dhawan, Executive Director, Dr. Gayatri, Professor Microbiology, NRIMS, Dr. R.B. Singh, Secretary General, KUA, Dr. Neeraj, President, Kedar, and Vice President, Medical Official. Nilesh Chauhan, Executive Secretary, from Nara, Federation of Development and Regulation, Dr. T. Venkatesh, Polytechnic, ITC and Education and Training, KPD. I'd like to invite the Precious Finance National Laboratory, Dr. Shiv for this for Gate Post National Physical Laboratory.
That has really set the pace for today's. Move further in our expertise of labs in India, I will request Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh to attend.
According to what with the permission of our honorable chair, first my heartiest thanks on behalf of Association of Indian Laboratories sitting on the mission party participant for accepting our request to the fifth level. So first I thanks our honorable chairs, Professor Venu Gopalachandra, Director and Deputy guest, Dr. R.K. Jha, Deputy Director, PDG, BIS. Submit my heartiest thanks to Dr. Jitendra Sharma, MD and Founder, CEO, and MD, Professor S.K. Singh, Professor and Head, Delhi Technology University, Director, Web Course, Committee Member, History of Environment and Forest also. Dr. Naga Hanumanya, Guest of Honor, Director, CSC Bangalore. Dr. Anil Johari, Special Invitee, ex-CEO, NAPCB, Shri Ashutosh Agrawalji, Deputy Director, Legal Metrology, Dr. Aparna Dhawan, Executive Director, TIC Council. Dr. V. Gayatri, Special Invitee, Professor of Microbiology, NRI-IMS. So Shailesh Chauhan from Controls. So Shiv Narayan, Special Invitee, Federation for Development of Accreditation Services. Dr. T. Venkatesh from Quality Accreditation Institute. Dr. Prafulli Alve from International Accreditation Services. Shri Mrityunjay Banerjee, Accreditation and Training from EMPZ also. Shri MAJ Vinod, Head Certification PIS Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Sanjay Yadav, Special Invitee, Head Special Standard, National Physical Laboratory. Dr. Shiv-Kumar Deswalji, Head Full Standard, National Physical Laboratory. I also express my gratitude to the following sponsor whose contribution and is very much appreciated. with the help of that, we are able to just organize such a big event. Group, Shma Industries, Global PT Provider, International Accreditation Services, Perfect Researcher, Chennai Macro, Controls, Tablet. I also thank the organizing team member from the Association of Indian Laboratory and AMTZ who has done a lot of efforts to organize these events and providing strength and support make possible to organize this a grand success event. Laboratory are the third eye for human civilization as they are enable us which cannot be seen without naked eyes beside an essential for the scientific development of conceptual and to provide theoretical knowledge. Provide the society next generation of products, equipments, tools, etc. that discard the old version and laboratory are the main contributor to the changing trend. The scientific community and related professionals have been the main contributor. The newest advance demonstrate how India has benefited numerous IT business in the efforts of establishing competence in cutting edge technology such as artificial intelligence. India is a preferred location for creating uh, AI laboratories and research center due to its vibrant ecosystem and big full of experts. It's my pride to acknowledge the contribution technically and economy from the members of AOL like GLP lab has involved in toxicology study, have applied in the growth of pharma industry and making India global hub and pharma product supply. Like GLP laboratory involved in the toxicology study, pesticide and insecticides are working as a global hub for such studies. It may be noted that GLP lab are the institution where scientists of high caliber are contributing to their growth. Medical laboratories are other sectors of economy constituents of AOL that are performing great services to the country and key tool to monitor and provide health related aspect and India tackle the COVID situation very effectively. The testing laboratory are providing the required technical support to Indian industry, commerce, construction activities besides serving the individual citizens to meet their needs. Laboratory have their own problems and these are not addressed by the concerned authority. The need is to take concentrate efforts to the recognition of the laboratory as a sector. Laboratory only demands can be made for laboratory sector. AOL would be stronger body when laboratory volunteers to join AOL to make it easier to achieve the goal. The modern lab will revolutionize how testing are conducted and biopharmaceutical drugs are developed. These labs will bring the latest innovation, advanced concept and technology to the benefit of clinicians and patients with a broad focus on validation, knowledge management, new EG development, contract research, new technology, evaluation, and R&D services in the field of uh, genomics. In the R&D, it will routinely and totally automate heretofore inaccessible, teeny, and complicated experiment. Further, in terms of quality control, the use of extended reality to assure test transfer, train, provide technical assistance on new approaches will become uh, opportunity in India. Only the thing is when we are talking about the full of experts for testing, calibration, medical and GLP, we are representing all four disciplines from a AOL side, and we are here to help for this community by sharing the knowledge, uh, information about the standard changes or any requirement by the as per the international guideline. So with these words, I am signing off. Thank you.
That was insightful. I now invite Mr. D.S. Tiwari, Chairman AYS, former advisor DST, former director NABL, former National GLP Compliance Monitoring Authority, to address the forum. Further, please.
Laboratories, quality, that's up, researching, like that. So it's up, hands up, rest, and then here and participant. Yes. They are getting what the three self the great thing they have done, chapter of UIL. And say when the bird flies, they go in themselves. Like that, we have come in this part of the country. And it's a great moment for me as a chairman of UIL. So my point is speak. Speak there. I have suddenly changed my mind. All of you. Why at all the and why at all? And they came at the beginning of this. Then came observed by scientists that they might have, if it is tested, different laboratories, the results are not the same. But that became a point of concern for all of them. Then they decided to meet in Paris. Why? Find out why work are different. Why work are different. Then we would say that are having systems of measurement. If we put translate the meter, they below, but nearby England will found and treat how the measurement can be the same. It was everywhere. एक इंडिया हम लोग यहाँ शेयर होता था मालूम तो बात गड़बड़ है. Then they resolved that let us adopt a common system. Naturally, because of the metric system was there, that is more useful for calculation purpose. They opted for metric system. Then they said that just get a program that decided, and it was decided that an institution like PIP will be set up in Paris. And the participant countries were given prototype for us go and establish an instrument for them. And they will serve their respective. This is how the one problem was solved. But the second problem was that everybody was saying that my test method is. If everybody's test method is good, results are going to be different. Then I just okay here that whatever standards were being written by ISO or will be written by ISO, they will be acceptable to everybody. That was thought that for chemical measurement at that time technology that type of science was not there at that time. So they said how to chemical measurement. Then they said that it is very technique they can establish for physical parameter, yeah, but for chemical, and ultimately they resolved that a reference material which is going to be produced for doing chemical measurement should be certified by the best laboratory. That value which is given, that will be taken for consideration at that time. This was done. Then they added for our that those laboratories which want to determine how good they are should participate in how the issue at that time was solved. This is story number one. Story number two, that it is thought of accreditation. Accreditation is a process which tries to harmonize the working of the laboratory. Harmonize working of the laboratory. Every laboratory works to work in the same manner. Now, today we are saying that 17,025 is a global tool for making the laboratories work all over the globe in the same fashion. Everybody is doing the same standard. Naturally. Then they said that the people who are going to do the evaluation of the laboratory, they should also meet the requirement of 17,000. That is how all over the world everybody is following 17,011. That's the standard for body. The assessors which are going to do the assessment of the laboratories, they are also being trained in the same fashion. What we are saying that if you are a laboratory in Shakapatnam and that accredited laboratory, that gives you terminology that you have acquired approval to that you are as good as any other laboratory in the world. You have achieved approval. That is the key of. Now, how this accreditation system got developed, that hour. So I would like to tell you in 2-3 minutes because I will cover it all the time. Here, accreditation, when ISO came into the picture, first time ISO IC guide was 25 was developed in 1978. But that was addressing only the requirement of testing. So soon it was realized that calibration laboratory should be included. So it was revised in 1982. ISO IC guide. It included calibration laboratory. Then in between, after 82, the movement of ISO 9000 came. That was management. So then ISO IC guide 90 came into the picture, which was incorporating the quality management system. It was practiced for a very long time. I would like to tell particularly the person from BIS, Chasa. When I was framing the criteria for NABL in 1992, I was given the responsibility. So that agenda was being discussed. So when we were talking about the test report, ISO IC Guide 25, it was written, the laboratory has no business to advise what is the report as it is. When I was discussing this point, the representative of BIS said that this is not acceptable to us. Not acceptable to us because the customer wants what are the results, whether he is it or not. Then I requested that BIS man, government of India has decided to adopt ISO standard. I have no business not to accept it. I will accept. So he very amply agreed if it is for the. Then I got the chance to go to Ottawa for an ILEC meeting in 1992. I told this thing, Gilmore, who was chairman at that time, whatever it is, I can't, whatever it is. But let me tell you, in 1999, when ISO IEC 17025 came, this aspect which concern was raised, BIS was included in 17,020.
And NCTCF program, which was operative, was demolished by Europeans simply by saying that you have got everything except quality member. They were saying that we are not having quality. Today, 17,025 doesn't require quality. What I want to say, Indians are as good in thinking and far better than others. Our standards were there and our thinking was there. So we are doing very good. We are not second to none. We are good. And then that has come. Today's standard, I would like to say, people. That is many people are sitting here. In this standard, there are many and opportunity. I will say like about when the standard says that laboratories may acquire opportunities, why laboratories can avail the opportunities? Today you have declared that you can do the test. That is your scope and passing. But tomorrow somebody comes to you with a proposal that you please do this testing, and you see that your resources are there. You are equipped with those resources, and you can perform the 21st test also. That is the effort. That is the effort. Now the question is, if I do the 21st test, can I claim accreditation for that? Many people will say yes. Yes. No. But I say yes. It should be accepted as accredited test because it is mentioning it mentioned in the standard. Otherwise, laboratory can do any testing without claiming accreditation. What is the fun? But if the 17,025 has included that particular clause, laboratories are free to claim accreditation for that test, subject to the condition that they should inform accreditation body that right, and we are willing to increase the work. So, this is my submission. I think I should not take more time. Thank you very much.
So much, sir, for shedding light on the history and criticality of accreditation standards in India and the labs of India. Now, I humbly invite our guest of honor, Sri S.K. Singh, Director, WAP West, Committee Member, Ministry of Environment and Forest, to address them. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's the Venugopal guest. Validi, the Nagar, Madam Prana, and ladies and gentlemen, it is matter of great pleasure for me to be here with you in the Laboratory Congress being organized by Association of Indian Laboratories. The Association of Indian Laboratories has been organizing the Laboratory Congress for the last 5 years on a theme of national importance. I understand that over the years, this flagship activity has gained national and international recognition. A consistent effort of 5 years by national professional body of Indian Laboratories has been able to bring together various stakeholders who have an important role in creating advanced laboratory systems and contributing toward the development of the nation. I appreciate that the AOIL, while focusing on a certain peak, covers all other sectors thereby offering an opportunity for interdisciplinary action and providing a neutral platform for objective and practice. The global scenario indicates that solutions are best achieved when there is a cross-fertilization of ideas and various players interact and synthesize the outcome. I am told that outcomes of the earlier Congress have been found very. The OAL has very appropriately chosen the key Indian laboratories, future and opportunities. There is a very vital role of laboratories in economic development, and I will discuss about the importance of laboratories in academia. A good on-campus laboratory is always a top characteristics of the best engineering institutions or universities. Engineering, medical, and sciences are the branch of study that involves a lot of experimenting. In fact, engineers have the most critical and experimental jobs in the world, and their skills always begin while testing their theories in college and university laboratories. Basically, every student who aspires to be an engineer has to be familiarized with laboratories. If you are engineering, technology, and medical sciences, specimens and studying your compounds, mechanical engineers should be using production laboratories with their prototypes. Likewise, very much of engineering demands the use of controlled environment such as laboratory, where the outcome of things and practices can be produced, tested, and analyzed. When you engineer a technology, you need a define its actual application based upon scientific principles. And engineering institute builds laboratories where the students learn using practical applications of technologies. Working in a lab is the first hands-on experience that an engineering gets in his or her career. The amount of successful practical applications carried out by a student in engineering labs helps them become more confident about their knowledge and skills. Universities aims to set up top-class laboratories for their engineering campuses due to their splendid budgets. Private engineering institutions are equipped with the best laboratories. On top of that, these labs are regularly upgraded with the latest technological advancement in this allows the students to be acquainted with the current technology. Experimental approximations carried out by engineering students to help them prepare for real-world applications, provide industry-based skills, college labs with the best equipment. Several colleges consider expanding their campuses to set up high-tech laboratories. Hence, laboratories play a crucial role in the all-round development of engineering and medical students as well as faculty members. Lab will always be the key part of the engineering education. The engineering students understand the engineering concept effectively when they conduct experiments in the laboratory. Hence, laboratory is the important as theory. However, the ill-equipped laboratories facilitate the student laboratory learnability. The virtual laboratories may help the students overcome the problems faced by them in the in the conventional laboratory. In India, educational activities during the middle of the semester were affected due to the lockdown related to COVID-19. The virtual laboratories help the engineering and medical conduct experiments. In educational institutions, universities, and other colleges, as there are testing laboratories, there is also laboratories in the academia, and in academia also a lot of testing and validation is done. Here, basically, I am from Delhi Technological University. They also have number of laboratories which are accredited, and we are also accredited. the test, the consultancy, and providing a lot of help to the industries also. Since I am the member of various committee, director, and so we have also done a lot of work in the field of water. Just on 22nd March, we have celebrated World Environment Day. That's something I would like to talk about. Water. Nowadays, what water from what facing day by day this because of the urbanization, because of the first affected what is getting first affected water, what getting a problem. Now this either it is groundwater or it is surface water, whatever is there, we are facing a problem. Overall, this water is if we take the case of, we have done a study on the, basically I belong to Delhi, about the river Yamuna, we have done the study. And now this river has become the one of the polluted river in the country. In Delhi, this river Yamuna is slightly not better than its way. The reason is that since whatever water is there in the river Yamuna, all the water is being taken for the water supply. Another thing, whatever, if what I tell you, in ancient days, all cities were on the bank of some river. Because upstream side, whatever water was there, it was taken for water supply. And the same water supply which was available at the sewage, it was being discharged to the downstream side. And there was a self-purification capacity for the river. And after some time, this water, this sewage was self-purified. But due to the increase of population, increase of the amount of sewage, our all rivers have this that capacity that it cannot self-purify. They cannot self-purify. So that's why this problem is there in Delhi. Also, we have done a study for the river Yamuna, and we found that whatever water upstream side water was there, it was taken for the water supply. Then whatever sewage was being generated, if we take the case there in Delhi, which is the capital of the nation, the capital of the country, sewage generation is sewage, and also there are 35 sewage treatment plants are there. MGD, that is of 70%. And whatever this available sewage is there, all the sewage is not reaching to the sewage treatment plant. Only 360 billion gallons per day of the sewage is reaching to the sewage treatment plant. So this only 48% of the sewage is reaching to the treatment plant, and this 52% of whatever sewage is there, they are getting directly discharged for Yamuna. That's why this type of pollution is there. And when this type of problem is there in for all cities, everywhere where river is there, this condition of river. Right? So there is some solution for that now. Government is now there should be decentralized treatment is being decentralized treatment is being suggested. And when decentralized treatment will be suggested, then this problem can reduce. And also there is a concept of zero discharge. When this zero discharge concept will be there, means whatever sewage you are generating, you just treat and you have to leave. Ministry also doing for zero discharge. Government. Then this problem can be solved. So this type of problems which are there for pollution or whatever our laboratories are there, then their contribution may be there to solve a lot of environmental problems which our country is facing. With this, not taking much time, I once again I thank organizers for conducting this congress and hope deliberations of this congress will be much useful for implementation of policy. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing indeed. I am glad to announce that Shri F.K. Singh is now an honorary member of DOIS. So I would like to call Mr. Deshwal, presenter to.
Now, Dr. S.K. Singh is honorary member of the panel of AOIL as an expert. So it's a privilege to us to honor Dr. S.K. Singh.
Loud what he said. That's the first honorary certificate given to a member of DOIS. So a bigger round of applause. Thank you. Moving forward, I now invite Dr. Naga Hunumaiya, our guest of honor, Director, CMTI Bangalore. He is serving as a chairman and member in several national and international committees, including governing councils of other technical institutes. Over to you.
Morning. Founder, chief guest, all my speakers, writings, achievements, not only Metrology, all this thing, but all. Thanks for the opportunity. Uh, BCFTI, Central Manufacturing Technology. Testing calibration is now. As you know, CFTI, we are now 6 years old. Since inception, we primarily focus on 4 activities. One is developing a technology, putting in the machine manufacturing process, and we build a machine which is not made in India yet. That is our USP. The second is we build a range of SPMs, automation systems, and even critical components manufacturing to our customers as required with process knowledge and knowledge approach. The third vertical is this, we provide distinct services we call value added technical services. MSME. We are being a government establishment, we are fortunate to establish world-class laboratories. We offer services in 10 different categories. One is machine tool testing, starting from component testing, inspection measurement, including aggregates. The second one is the re-engineering of component. That means there is a re component or component, or there is a component of the product, the customization, requirement or requirements. So we customize them following all. Tell you what why people doesn't like your community. The third one is we do services related to metrology calibration of mastery, both lab services as well as on-site services. And since we are in Bangalore, Bangalore is aerospace hub. We do a lot of tests related to aerospace LRUs. Our USP is we design test rigs, develop the process protocol, and we also maintain the test rig. We closely work with all the leading including The other area we do is hydraulics and pneumatics test of subsystem, particularly which goes. And last but not the least, new activity we started. We will establish it on both the device level as well as the. So while doing this, you know, by training, I'm not a metrology person or testing person. I never worked in this area. Sorry, but if I bit of my comments hit you or hit you, as a designer, manufacturing engineer, I don't like it. The reason is, as a designer, as a manufacturer, as a product developer, I always want that this product has to be manufactured and delivered so that I can get return. But you are the guy always comes and say this is not correct, not good, right? Both like process inspection or at the end of inspection or even at the delivery of the delivery. But as a customer, I respect you a lot because I believe you. Whatever you certify, I believe you, and it meets the requirements of national standard, global standard, or customized industry standards. So that is the importance. In a manufacturing value chain, you have the very important tool. And at the same time, in case of productivity of a company or the delivery of a company, it could always become a bottleneck. Don't want manager of my shop floor can comfortably stop. So that is how it happens. Yes, there are a lot of work both from government as well as people like experts like you have contributed significantly standardization. There are few my thoughts. My big brother is there from NPL, so that is, I think I take this opportunity, and that is required as I understood as a user. One is tomorrow's manufacturing is going to be intelligent manufacturing, right? The process will become a more predictable and cheating will be reduced because traceability is required. But unfortunately, as a user, I want customization because the car which I want, the car which my wife wants, but no longer like to buy my things. So now this is the challenge. So one side is on standardization, interchangeability. Another side is mass customization. And in between, the poor investor looks for the profit, survival, payment option. This is the kind of manufacturing. So then, as a youth community, testing or metrology community or certifying agency, what you may be knowing, but I don't want to say negative, but yes, there are many malpractices happening. It is not intentionally, or maybe some percentage. Many cases, it is because they are not able to remain as competitive. So now let us look at what are those reasons. Why it is. The first, what my understanding goes, because in India, we did nothing on the instrument parts, instrument which are essential components for your not developed in. Even today, it fully depends on imported equipment, imported instruments. Question is, I think, maybe this platform, maybe let us look at develop this equipment. Yeah, I think if you look at any technology, we have done a lot of things. Okay, whether you must have the engineer. Okay, if I look at my standard statements, we are fortunate India is no longer, no one can in the world look at technologies for India, made for India. That is not there. Because everybody look at we as far with the. Now, make in India, we are fortunate. Government is emphasizing, but it is just a journey. But our pride when we reach to made in India, right? I will also share my one kind of incident happened. Last 10 years, I show these slides whenever I talk to students. Made for India is our weakness. Make in India is the process. Made in India is our pride. Then conference like this, I was present there. Just get down. Front row, there was another invited speaker like me. He was professor from Japan. He said, Dr. Naga, I liked your slide last statement, but I wanted to add one more if you like it. That is the weakness of the India. But to add next onwards, originated in India. I think this is the right time. Our Honorable Prime Minister is pushing hard all of us to become Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar is only come. I have that mindset. Can I develop? Let it work. When you start, it works with 10%. Right? Then 10% can be made 20%. Right? 20, if it is there, definitely you can target 80. I think that is how this happened. Unfortunately, if I'm wrong, please excuse me. Nothing has been done in this, particularly that micro nano metrology, the big zero, they're not done. Because I worked in micro nano. Even sir, I came from CSIR. I was there for 20 years. CMERA. I lead the project. We had a network projects. That concept. I was a nodal officer for micro manufacturing. There, 81 scientists were involved. Practically, I searched with torch. Is any researchers in CSIR community were contribute on technology development on micro nano metrology? We did not find. For that matter, not in CSIR. I think let's try. What target we given small? Let us try engineer these instruments in the country. That will add a lot of confidence. And many times yesterday, I think you were talking something, but I will not take the name, don't worry. This pathetic situation we face, right? 1 year, as long as AMC is there, it works fine. Beyond that, your the local supplier is just trained 15 days, 1 week on lab, another 5 days is present. So we are fully depending on that kind of technical expertise. I think this is where this conference or people like you look into that. You know what is required, right? You can able to define a problem. And opportunities are also there. Not that opportunity is not there. I will tell you in my own ministry, Ministry of Heavy Industry, there is a scheme to develop a capital goods. Right? This time, I already identified 3 instruments. We developing with the industry. You guys bring 20% contribution, 80% contribution comes from the government. Right? So let us develop some equipments, instruments. Let's start the journey. I think definitely it is not helping you. It is helping me, who is manufacturer or designer, and it is helping me as a customer because the cost is reduced to a large extent. So with this, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Let me calculate the point. And a pleasure to announce that Dr. Naga also now announced. So I now call the Sri Ram to present the gift of appreciation. meeting legal obligations to protect the safety, welfare, and health of organizational members is crucial for businesses and lab builders. To give us a perspective on the same, I would now request our distinguished guest, Dr. R.K. Jha, Deputy Director, General Lab, BIS, on the stage.
First of all, that that we study what what uh, uh, these days, not a day passes when we don't see some talk of democracy, activity, or lack of it. So most of my time is focused on finding some place or the other where products can be tested. For some of you who may not be aware with PIS activity, we operate a education scheme for the and the main component of that is facility for testing. Before we look outside, first decided that we should look outside. The last couple of years, we have taken several initiatives and we have done a deep gap analysis. We have more than 1,103 products today, which is under certification. And it's really a challenge for us because we have provided third party. Really a challenge for us to find labs for all those products in certain cases in as many numbers because the volume. There are some products where the volume is so low that to create a lab facility is economically not viable, but still we have to provide. So we have reached out to each product, each lab, and done a gap analysis last week. And now today we have reached a stage where we have a debate testing facility for all but 77 products. Another challenge is wherever the government wants to have the QQPs. The first issue that comes is to have a standard. Yes, to have a standard. Then if you have a standard, you have a lab. That's the main bottleneck that we find the government is facing today in any product sector, which is mainly for health safety aspect. This is the big challenge for me. So we analyze everything and we have also factored in all the QCOs that the government is issuing, is under implementation. And I'm happy to say that with the effort that we have made last year, only 25 products now are there where we don't have adequate testing. We are working. So my whole aim of coming to this event was to request all of you to join the fold of Union. And wherever we interact with you, either you as lab, lab PIS or a lab which is still not part of it, try to see that the testing gaps that we have is better. For giving more transparency, accountability. Recently, we have to lab wherein we are capping all the samples. So yes, now I can count. I have 1,20,000 samples uh, generated. So we are tracking each and every sample movement in each lab, not only in my lab. Now this has helped me in creating a lot of efficiency in my own testing capacity in last 5-6 months. If I think it has gone threefold. So that's the kind that we are working. And the Honorable Minister, G20, has taken a presentation from us. And he said that, okay, we have done your part as per your conformity assessment. What is beyond conformity? Now, this is beyond conformity assessment is a very wide thing, which only BIS cannot. what we are now proposing is all the labs of PRDO. If they are into the field of commercial testing, we'll be able to help them create a mapping of their testing. And PIS will utilize them in future conformity assessment scheme, and also in any kind of commercial test they are doing. So this is the aim, and this is what I wanted. I thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Arvind Singh to facilitate. We will have a tea break shortly, so a little louder applause. Thank you. I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the day, Professor Venu Gopal Achanta, Director, National Physical Laboratory. Professor Achanta's research on condensed matter physics and his guidance on multiple theses on the same are known far and wide. Without a further ado, I invite you.
There's no post said like so I'm between the tea and right. So I'll be short and sweet. Try to be short and sweet. Right. But I'd like to congratulate Association of Indian Laboratories for organizing this conference. I wish we and we'll see many of these. Yes, and audience and everyone here. Right. Right. Where do I begin? Tiwari like he mentioned about the history of laboratory system and why it is needed and the significance of 175 and the contribution. Right. So then we were seeing about how we should contribute. DTU is contributing to address the local challenges. And we heard about manufacturing, how metrology or these so-called standard guys partner with the manufacturers, right? And from Nagarjuna. And the shortest sweep one from Dr. Jha about how we should contribute the quality infrastructure. So I'll take from there and say that, like, yes, I mean, we have issues in the country. I'll just pose one question, like, how many of you are aware of NIST USA? Right. So most in the front rows will know, a few hands in the back have raised. This is big, but how many of you know about NPL India? Right. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So okay, my work is cut short. Right, so we are the National Metrology Institute of the country, like the NIST equivalent in US. So we talk about standard reference materials. We talk about NIST standards and all that, right? So we do have in the country what is known as PNDs. I saw one of the first has PND logo on it. So PND is the Bharati Nirdeshak Dravyam. Like this has the standard reference material. In India, we have the trademark certified reference materials called the PNDs. Right? So why are these interesting? Because these are slowly getting recognized across the world, and we are now exporting to other countries, like the other Asian neighbors as well as African countries, etc. Right? So what are the ENTs? We cover these reference materials uh, covering say cement, oils to chemicals to right, rice, right, water. These are all standards which are needed. But automation is one thing which Professor Singh has talked about. So we need each of these standards, right? So all these standard reference materials are prepared and labeled as DNTs in collaboration with these reference material producers, what we call the RFPs. So because this Congress, the theme is future and opportunities. I'm saying this because laboratories need not just focus on just calibration and testing with those facilities, but you can also contribute as RMPs to make these certified reference materials which can be produced within the country. Like, we are spending tens of billions of dollars every year to import these standard reference materials from outside. Right? So these, if we can make it locally, so this is a big business opportunity for most of the laboratories in the country. But this, like in addition, 17025, like we need to have 174. Right. So then the next opportunity is the quality itself. I'd like to quote one the best definition which I've seen. Right. First, I should have a disclaimer. I should have started with this disclaimer that I'm younger than the experience of Tiwari ji here in standards and quality infrastructure in the country. So, but the definition which I like most in the last 10 months is after joining NPL is one in Air Force base repair depot. It reads quality is not a destination, quality is a journey. Right? This one sentence explains the complete concept. It's not that like we go get accreditation and done with for our life. Right? No, need to maintain. We need to maintain everything to the dot. The like everything has to be properly maintained, and we should continue this quality as a journey, as a way of our life. We hear horror stories about pharmaceutical companies getting their licenses cancelled or suspended for certain time by US drug agencies and all that. This is because there are simple lapses which need to be what I learned in the quality infrastructure as the NCs to right? So we need to close them before going and fighting with the accreditation body. Like so, let us close all the NCs before going and arguing with it. Right? So quality infrastructure is important because as a growing economy, our government has very stiff target. By 2025, we want to be 5 trillion economy. Exports will be a major part of this good story. For our exports, for our products to be acceptable, we need to maintain, manage this quality infrastructure within the country. Right? So, how do our products be accepted by other countries? That comes through the traceability. Right? The traceability is provided the apex body, which is the primary standards in the country, are set and made available to the country by NPL. Right? So, where I'd like to pick up from where Dr. Jha has mentioned, there are three pillars. One, we have the accreditation body from which we are getting the accreditation. The second one is BIS, which is setting up the standards, the definitions, IS, take from ISO or whatever, like, and then make them implementable or convert them to be suitable for our own needs in the country. So, and these two, in addition to this, we need to have these so-called CMCs, calibration and measurement capabilities for the country. Right? These are available as an NMI with NPL. So these are the things which we maintain and manage in the country. So the way it works is, so the as NMI, so we do the intercomparison test. We compare our test facilities or calibration measurement facilities with the rest of the world, NMIs across the world, and then so we get these certified that like yes, we are at par with the rest of the world. Right, some of the facilities which we have are actually among the best in the world. So, but the number of CMCs which we have, of few hundreds, is far fewer compared to what, for example, US or China have. We have a long way to go. And for this, it's not just the NPL or PIS or the accreditation bodies, but we need to have support from the laboratories, the industry, the ministries, everybody should be cooperating and coming together to achieve this. How would, as an NMI, I know what is required for the country, what industry needs, right? For this, a dialogue is necessary, and laboratories actually can help us out by bringing what is needed, because you are the ones in touch with the local industry. So if you give us feedback, we'll be setting up, working on those GMCs, and we'll be able to together support the nation. One of the major challenges which we have in the country, which we know, Dr. Naganmaya has mentioned, is in implementing quality, is अपना जुगाड़ कल्चर और चलता है एटीट्यूड. अरे 19-20 का फर्क है, चलता है यार, फिर ले लो, right? Something is not fitting, एक हथौड़ी मारो, and then like, yeah, you're just taking it, ढक्कन बैठ गया है, ले लो, right? So this is something which is a big no-no as far as we are concerned in this audience. So quality is, we need to follow the manual to the dot, and that's the only way to take the quality infrastructure ahead. And the most important thing is any negative, even a single negative news article about one lab, one accredited lab defaulting or doing something out of the line, would say the red dot doubt on every single accredited. The entire confidence in the system collapses. So this chalta hai attitude should not be entertained at all at any level as far as labs are concerned. So our government has very strong push for the goals which are set and the deliverables. The PM himself and minister, people said, like, so the from Piyush Goyal to Dr. Harshvardhan or Dr. Jitendra Singh, they all stress the need for quality infrastructure within the country. So there is strong dialogue, continuous dialogue with PIS, all the stakeholders. Right? So this is something which is happening, and we can contribute to this by giving our inputs, so that like we can improve our quality infrastructure, so that we don't have to go to for US or some other Western world to have quality life. We can help ourselves build a better nation with better business. Thank you.
Quality is not the destination, but rather the journey that really resonating. And thank you once again for that session. I now invite Mr. Sashi to state the chief guest as a zero defect, zero effect. The national motto of Make in India is something that we hear at Intelligent live by. From manufacturing 1 million ICMR accredited COVID testing kits in GMP GLP compliant laboratories to sourcing the zone's milk from our own in-house Gaushalla, we have integrated it all. Without taking much time, I would like to invite the founder and managing director of EMPZ, Dr. Jitendra Sharma, the man who is on the front lines of building an innovative India, to come on the stage. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry that I came in a bit late. Uh, very happy to see all of you here. Welcome to MTZ. Welcome to Kalam Institute. The respected colleagues on the dais, Professor Venugopal, Mr. Dr. Tiwari, my good friend Mr. Rajesh, my other good friend Mr. Anil Johari, is our family member at MTZ, Mr. China, and everybody else who have come to MTZ for this congress. Welcome to all of you. I was just checking the agenda while I came here. We don't generally have the habit of like when I was in the Ministry of Health, one of our roles was to make talking points for a ministerial representative to speak or the head of the organization to speak. Thankfully, AMTZ does not follow bureaucratic culture. We don't prepare much of talking points. We don't let others waste their time for what we have to say. And therefore, I was looking at the agenda and knowing the luminaries, experts who have gathered here, I just thought to mention a few things to all of you. From 1970s, we all have heard about SEZs. It's nothing new. What is an SEZ? Traditionally, SEZ is a huge expanse of land, say 2 to 300, 500 acres, with somewhere near highway. As you take a cut from the highway to go to an SEZ, you will have some thatched huts selling tea. Then, after a few kilometers, you will have a place where drivers have parked their lorries and trucks. That place is not generally clean. Then you will have entry into a fenced area, which may be breached by stray animals or may be good or bad or ugly. And then you will have a series of sets of factories where neither the garbage collection is disciplined nor clientele management is organized, nor occupational safety is regarded that much. And then we expect that a product from this SEZ must qualify to international norms, accredited by national standards body, validated by accredited laboratories of the country, and reach consumer and make great effect. That cannot be a possibility, right? If a factory is located in an area which itself is not disciplined, allowing workers to come without much of discipline, not caring about their livelihood or occupational safety, how is it that we imagine a product to simply qualify a set of standards, go to a beautiful lab, take certification and reach the consumer and yet have miracle? Possible. And therefore, in this laboratories congress, let me first say that laboratories are not the only check on quality. They are the stamp of quality. But to check the quality is job of every single individual in the value chain. There need not be standards of drain covering. There need not be standards of greenery. There need not be always standards of fire safety implemented as much as it is done in other places. But our sense of quality, safety, engineering, productivity is dependent on our. As we enter AMTZ, which takes a forest of 200 acres until 2017, we built this place in 242 days, temple, which is also one fastest built industrial zone, greater than 100 acres. We built it in 242 days, a record equivalent in 20 minutes. It's not have a big scale, a phone signal, not because people will be great and talk great things and great values, but it is because of people who understand the people of their responsibility. They might appear to be unpleasant, they might appear to be hospitable, depending upon the context, but they are equally understand. As you enter today, you will see that you will see every single quality parameter integrated in every building of the time. In front of every building, if you really sample globally, it portrays the number of days taken to build the building in front of every building. For example, this convention center was built in 78 days, it is written. That is fine. If we go to our laboratory center, it is written, this one was built in 174 days, this one was built in 113 days, and that is our previous lecture. And therefore, this road became India's first e-teacher. We are an enterprise in technology, not a sector. Where enterprise and technology work together to achieve something which is spectacular. What is that spectacular? India imported almost 95% of its consumption on medical devices, which has now gone down to less than 65% in 4 years. Today, also the import dependency is about 48,000 crore per annum, and that we have to make an impact on that. We cannot do it without quality, without laboratory, without. And therefore, when we build ANTZ, this is the first enterprise and technology firm in the country. We started with the understanding that laboratory is industrial growth. And therefore, there can be no better place than to have all of you than to have all of you. This is the first one in the country. We started with the presumption that if you build good laboratories, you will have good industries and not vice versa. We don't make good laboratories to honor the requirements of good industry. We need good laboratories to stimulate new industry. And therefore, if you go to the office of Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, right behind this chair, there is a big signage. America is great because American roads are great not because America is great. America is great because America has great roads. If you build great roads, you build a great country. If you build good laboratories, you build a big. And that is why ANTZ became a unique example today. Whether it is Ministry of Textiles or Defense or Science and Technology, people look up to ANTZ because we did not start with a land and real estate business. We started with the science of laboratories, using laboratories as a gateway to good manufacturing and attracted manufacturing in a sector which was an orphan sector. Medical technology was an orphan sector, and this place became the model center for medical technology because we started with big laboratories. If you see the medical technology landscape, there are 7 verticals in medical technology landscape. And that is the complexity of our sector. We are so heterogeneous. We start with medical textiles. It is nothing but textile. It has nothing to do with medical technology, but it is a classified medical device. When you look at surgical instruments, they are metal products, much like any other metal product in the consumer industry. But surgical instruments are medical device. That's our second category. The in vitro diagnostic reagents are nothing but biotechnological and chemical entities that have actually nothing to do with medical technology, but that's our third vertical, the in vitro diagnostic. The fourth vertical is electronics, which is like PCC machines, defibrillators, accelerometers, which have the same principles of standards and testing, but the standards are different for those products, but the principles are same as applicable to any other electronic industry. That's our third vertical. We rehabilitative aids, patient furniture, cervical collars and commodes and patient beds and
Wood tables that we use in hospital furniture, they are made of same materials as any other furniture. But that is our fifth vertical. The radiology items like X-ray, CT scan, CAP lab, Eon are radiation products just like any other radiation product, but that's our fixed vertical. And to top it all, we have another complex level of products like lasers, like paper multiplication, like optic products or products that work on optics in non-unconductive radiation like MRI, which is our second vertical. Now look at medical technology. You are talking from things that can be compared to a peptide, with a tube or a solid, like E or N95 mask, and you are talking of optics. Look at that presence in the medical technology. And that's why to promote medical technology, like pharmaceuticals, require a large number of laboratories that can provide the impetus in manufacturing innovation. That's what we do. We did not start with factories. We did not start with treatment plants, etc., etc. We started with very quality laboratories. So today, we have right from electrical safety testing to mechanical safety testing to ESG testing to electromagnetic interference to biocharacterization, biomaterials, sustainability. We built the entire chain of laboratories, and we were rightly proved to be correct because this became the medical technology capital of India only because of the laboratories. And therefore, my congratulations and thanks to all of you for being the leaders in the laboratory. So if you look at two things, two particular words, and that is my suggestion to all of you today. If you look at the word laboratory, what is it style in Hindi? It's style priority. A place to experiment and gain experiential learning. But gradually, the philosophy of laboratory taught us to be acceptance or rejection of our laboratory today. We give very small space to innovators and entrepreneurs to understand their failure and convert it into success. We are busy declaring them as good or bad, pass or fail, yes or no. To some extent, laboratories, unlike our parent national laboratory, which is a national physical laboratory, which allows innovation and experiential learning to come in, most of our laboratories have become a platform of acceptance and rejection. And I think if there is one thing that we need to look back, is to say, do we want our laboratories to say pass or fail, or do we want our laboratories to take a child who needs failing regularly, admonish that child, train that child, guard that child, mentor that child, support that child, and grow that child? What do you want to do? What do you want ourselves to do? There is a very great individual in India who once mentioned to me personally, but I have heard that individual mentioned many times, the difference between shreyas and prayers. Shreyas is what is beneficial. It might be painful, but it is beneficial. Prayer is what is easy. It is lovely. It is temporary. It pleases you for that point of time, lets you live in the garbage for the rest of your life. And I think this is the time that our laboratory should start doing something which is serious, something which is beneficial. The second point I wanted to mention is that obviously the legends are here to talk about standards, certifications, accreditation. ABCD is soon going to become an accreditation agency. Thank you to our head of quality, Mr. Gina, support. But if you look at this philosophy of accreditation, certification, it's all based on standards, right? So what is the Hindi term for standards? The Hindi term for standard is mana. What is mana? Manak is what is measurable and what gives you manyata. A manak is an identity which is measurable, yet it gives you manyata, which means it gets you acceptance from neutral entities from your user side of you being good enough, not the best. Manak does not say you are the best. I once had a teacher in Sweden, Professor Stan Olsson, who was teaching us adverse events due to drugs. Imagine our first day, first class, first module, first presentation of slide. There was only one sentence on the slide, and he is there to teach us pharmaceuticals. The sentence says, all drugs are harmful. Some also have little use. All drugs are harmful. Some also have little use, which means the lack of safety is inherent in the product. An iron box can give a short circuit or give a shock. I have managed hospitals where, because of an error on the second floor, on a data distance 100 meters away, the very next fear was giving shock to the patient because of the ground connection on 85. All products have inherent risk. And therefore, Manak does not mean that the product is best. It means it is good enough. And India did not have a large number of sectors. So, Indian standards work with us, we were very technical sections for a long time. And for a record time, thanks to one of my colleagues, who lectured was at that time, I am not sure if he's here. Yes. Thanks to him and his team. We created in a record time over 1,400 standards for medical devices or VIS, which was put to industry working and adopted. One of those standards was very tricky. The standard for MRI. India did not make MRI in sufficient quantity because the core component of MRI, which is a superconducting diamond, was never made in India. Thanks to AMD learning about. Yes. So 1.5 Tesla MRI, superconducting magnet, India's first production facility to make a magnet is the building next to this convention center. In your free time, feel free to go in. Mr. Krishnan, our scientist there, would be happy to guide you. That is India's first production level full-fledged superconducting magnet facility. Now, when we built that, today we also have two MRI manufacturers in India. We did not have standards for MRI. Universally, MRI standards are built on IEC 60601-1 and 2-33, 60601-2-33. We adopted that standard as it is in the idea. Technical consultation to change few aspects which we thought is neither required in Indian context, nor we will have facilities to test it, such as the slew rate of the magnet. I remember using the slew rate of magnet from about 40 to 20 or something. Then this was put for industry working, and imagine India had a standard for MRI. In COVID, we created a standard for the image. Now, if you were to take these two words together, Prayogshalla, which means a laboratory, which allows experiential learning and experimentation, and development of standards, which is Manak, which is measurable and gives you Manyata, these are the two things that make a laboratory company. And therefore, my two requests to the laboratory founders and to my good friend Mr. Rajesh and everybody here is please see that by the end of this Congress, we inspire and support our laboratories to allow experiments, allow experiential learning, and not just pass or fail certification. And two, we would be happy in Kalam Institute at AMPZ to sit with you to see products for which standards do not exist so far. So, for example, India still does not have standard for ECMO, the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation device used for filtration of oxygen and other oxides in the body. We don't have. We don't have, for example, a certification or a standard in India to measure the shelf life of equipment used in a hospital. So there might be a hospital which is using an X-ray machine for 28 years. The machine might be older than the regular. There might be a possibility. But unlike true value model or Maruti, where you can take your old car and certify it, or the shelf life of the car, we don't have anything to certify shelf life of medical equipment. We don't know whether the difference is used for the delivery of child in our mother is 17-year-old or prone to breakage or is inconvenient. We have no sense. And therefore, ABCZ has proposed to create a scheme in which we would look at standards and quality parameters needed to certify medical equipment being used in the hospital. And we are on the secretary level. We will request the Laboratory Congress to also participate, and I think we have already included the association and one of the members. So just to conclude, I wish to say that compliance of norms for consumers, promotion of industry, and support to innovators in engineering their products are three primary roles that a laboratory can perform and must perform in Indian context. We are not yet Israel. We are not yet Germany. We are not yet Japan in our technological understanding of productization. In our technological understanding of fundamentals, we are great, we are strong. But converting that understanding into productization, we need more efforts like this. And ABCZ and Kalam Institute, in our philosophical approach of hard work, non-compromisable compliance to ethics and efficiency parameters, and transparency. When you walk into the buildings, you will see number of days shipping to build. You will see which kind of activation which does not. You will see which equipment is being used by whom. All these fundamental approaches and our infrastructure and support is with all of you to take this movement forward. We look forward to supporting the 6th edition of Indian Laboratory Congress in our support. May this Congress flourish, promote laboratories in India. May this Congress and all its members. We have also offered the Association of Indian Laboratories an office at NIT. Actually, opposite to this convention center, you will see a 5-story glass pyramid. It's a 5-story building, 36,000 square feet, built in 36 days. It's written over there. On 3rd March 2022 to 7th April 2022, it was inaugurated on the 7th April as world's first WHO Collaborating Center on Innovation. World's first WHO Collaborating Center was not in Massachusetts or Cambridge or Oxford. It was at Kalam Institute at ABCZ. And that innovation center, which is being set up, will be happy to house free of cost the Office of Association of Indian Laboratories. And we would be happy to support this Congress and the association to ensure that our laboratories become Prayogshara. They allow entrepreneurs, innovators to learn from their experiments, besides doing their business of acceptance, rejection, validation of the products, and become a stakeholder in establishment of Modulus, giving Manyata to entire medical technology sector and many other sectors like ours in the country. Thank you, and thank you for being here today.
I now invite Mr. Jaipal, President of UIL, to facilitate our meeting.
said has 1,78,000 plants and growing. I think you have added one more.
On this note, it is my great pleasure to inform you that Dr. Jitendra Sharma has also written a book on the same, Made in Lockdown, the story of how our nation went from impossible to I am possible. You can find the book at our PMU stall outside. Please feel free to also look at the sponsorship stall that we have from IAS, Flu, Sanchez, Chirayu, Perfect, Standards, and all the others. So with this, we conclude the first segment of the day. This is Moni signing off. Have a very scintillating day ahead. Sorry? Oh, yeah, this is already. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we wait for the much awaited tea that everybody is looking at. Yeah, we'll come back in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Right, sir. Group VM ಈಗ ವಾಪಸ್
I've been in this field since 1918, and there has been no better time. It's getting better and better because we are moving. कहते हैं ना, तत्सम मार्ग. We are still in the movement from darkness, like as far as this field is. And my concern remains is that most of our stakeholders are still very, very ignorant of what, whether it's labs, certificate bodies, but very much. That all around there, I see a lot of. I end up repeating myself in various, saying the same thing again and again, hoping that some of it will drill into the mind. Let me try and give you what I think of and some challenges. So it's very important, as far as I am concerned, very important to understand the international scene. Because we are a subset of an international scene. And regardless of the last couple of years, there's more countries have become more inward. Well, not going to last. My mind is not last. At the end of the day, will remain it. So what I have seen over last several years and now is that standards, we used to talk of standards in terms of manufacturing for a time. Today we are talking standards. All kinds of things. Almost everything is getting covered by standards. And we also know that international trade is covered by certain agreements. One important thing which happened before WTO came and TPT agreement came, talk about voluntary standards, mandatory standards. That terminology has changed now. Technical regulations and standards means something which we need to learn because we keep standards. Outsiders don't realize what we're doing. So the time we're talking about regulations, we're not just talking about that. SPS measures, of course, apply to plant and animal health set of standards. There, but the mother agreement is TPT. And GATS refers to services, General Agreement on Trade and Services. It also talks of license standards, technical standards, regulations. So there is a provision for standards and regulations. Technical TBT is the mother agreement as far as standards and regulations. So the more key provision this is that all countries can have regulations on ground of what I said. Drugs, etc. It's unfortunate that it's unregulated in India as of today. As of today, we are unregulated. Safety, electrical appliances, toys, etc. Environmental laws, environmental products having environmental implications. Separate trade practices. Way back in the early 80s, we started cement certification compulsory basis. But there used to be a lot of adulteration. Now we are talking about making hallmarking compulsory. It's a huge task, but anyway, it's some beginning. And then national security, some of the telecom equipment. I just highlighted such as by saying that this is not the only 5 grounds, such as is we leave to some debate. For example, energy conservation. People are now making to have regulations on energy. Same thing applies to SPS, plant, animal, food health. And same thing applies to GATS. It has some additional requirements. Privacy of data. You can regulate. We are talking about data privacy bills. Public order and moral is a very, very wide term, and government can regulate several. But lots of services have health and safety implications. Recently, I saw, I'm sure you all saw that tragedy in Jharkhand, that ropeway. I did write to somebody that we do not have regulation on safety. There are a lot of services and products which are unregulated. So what we are seeing is development of 2 distinct regimes. One is the regulated sector. Food will be regulated, medical device regulated, drugs regulated, electrical appliances regulated. And there are a whole lot of sectors which are voluntary. There is no health and safety control. Only voluntary standards will be that voluntary regime. Now, these agreements say that we should adopt international standards wherever they exist. We should adopt. They encourage, they don't bind you. If they bound us, we would be in trouble. Right? Yes. Unable to implement the future in pharma. All our claims are with the world. It's still not in the regulation. Another principle is that they apply equally to domestic market. You can't simply have regulations on imports. You have to apply the same regulations to the can't differentiate nationally. While they are not named in CBT agreement, ISO IC are deemed to be the international standards. In SPS agreement, the bodies are named because they are intergovernmental. Codex, OIE, IPPC, they are intergovernmental. Please remember ISO and IC are private bodies. Just remember that. Merely because BIS happens to be governmental doesn't make ISO. Lots of standard body around the world are governmental, but ISO and IC are private. I mean, we should distinctly remember there are 2 components of every regulation. One is we call standards. I'm still using the term standards, but it is legal requirements, technical requirements. And second part is conformity assessment, which is how to demonstrate compliance. Is testing sufficient? We need an inspection, an audit, whatever, or a combination. So these are the 2 components which are important in any regulation. So we have this issue now that what is our industry facing? A, regulations, various sectors. B, regulations of importing countries when you are exporting. We are talking about make in India and regulations are different. And C, the voluntary standards. Typical ones like ISO 9000, etc. Very biased. Now, these are biased. Regulation may not demand. Regulation does demand 3485 also. Normally not. But bias demand. And they demand some of the private standards also. There are private standards in almost all sectors which are regulated. Mind you, in food, in textiles, there are private standards, FSSC 22000. In aerospace, in automotive sector, all these are regulated sector, but they are private standards. They are almost compulsory for you if you want to sell in the global market. They'll ask you in automotive, are you ITF certified? If you're in aerospace sector, parts, you're delivering parts, are you ES9? almost an obligation. All these require, whether regulations or private standards, they require reliable conformity. They go hand in hand. Standard by itself is nothing until there is a way of measuring compliance. It's conformity. So the challenge goes beyond standards. It goes into conformity assessment. How do you demonstrate compliance? And laboratories are essential in product regulation. Any product regulation means laboratory. First thing. My advice to outside accreditation bodies, new ones is, if you want to start accreditation, start laboratory. You get it very easy. So that's essential. First step towards a good conformity. And of course, there are various provisions, various models available. Self-declaration, self-declaration, third party. But testing in product regulation, testing is a key. Therefore, labs are a key. Simple as simple. Without labs, product regulation cannot stop. Alluded to the fact that first problem when they start regulating is they ask, is there an Indian standard? And second question they ask is, are there standards? And that's where they get stuck. Because standard is there. Just to emphasize the importance of conformity, there was a study done, which actually I reviewed myself. And what was discovered was that in the WTO, something called specific trade concerns which are raised by different countries. 30% are because of standards, 70% are because of conformity. That's the important. It's understandable. If you think about it, it's very understandable. There can be a single standard for the product, international standard. But there cannot be a single model of conformity. Based on risk, you will decide what conformity is. It's a low risk product, you will go for the same thing. It's a high risk product. For example, when I was in BIS, things have changed. Dr. Target update me. I left 17 years ago. We used to have 4 inspections a year in 1 year in products. When I went to EIC, Export Inspection Council, 15 days visit to seafood factory. Every 15 days. What was the reason? Although we didn't talk about it, the reason was risk. Seafood is far more risky product. And in fact, I have been arguing with BIS, why are they imposing the same product certification to plywood as well as to cement as well as to bottled water? Why not risk-based approach, which BIS has still not adopted really? So conformity assessment is the bigger challenge in the market for the Now, some of things that you may not. It has become fashionable to say India is over-regulated. But the fact is, we discovered in commerce, I have been very actively engaged and still am. I'm still, they are seeking my advice on trade matters like etc. That we are actually short of technical regulation. And this realization was actually appreciated after several years of saying it. In mid 2017, there was a meeting which was taken by commerce. And it struck them really that we not even had 15% of the regulations that we are so short. And the worry was we were getting all kinds of imports coming in. And there was no check on imports. And the worry was, which is still not realized fully, that when you sign free trade agreements and agree to zero duty, those people are able to access your market. You are still not able to access their market despite zero duty because their technical regulations are coming the way and you're not able to pay and there's no exemption on technical. So what has happened since then? Very focused exercise of developing regulations started. So I remember in the BIS, there are total, at that time, I'm putting the figures because I remember those figures, 950 standards were under certification, 125 under compulsory. 70. Today, this figure of 125 has gone to 550 plus. So you can imagine that at least 400 products or product categories have come under. So toy is just one category, one standard, but a whole lot of toys are. So large number, Dr. Shah also spoke about large number of QCOs being brought out. And they need labs. And there are no labs. In 2020, we discovered we had no lab for N95 masks. We had no lab to test cover-up. We went through those things. So that's where lab is needed. Medical devices have been notified. And there is regulation outside BIS also, for example, medical devices. Now we are expecting that will be completely regulated by 1st of October 2023. Where are the labs? We are still short. There are still regulations on chemical safety which are in draft, machinery safety. So please start looking at machinery safety. What kind of testing they need. So if you are looking at expanding your business portfolio, first thing you need to look at, go to BIS website, look at what compulsory certification. There's a whole lot of lists and look at the products. Same thing, keep a track on what regulations are being created. All of them, all product regulations. That's the first thing that I'll tell you. Now, the compliances may differ. It may be simply produce a test report, like in electronics and IT products, the BIS so-called registration scheme. Or it could be an inspection or audit of factory and then samples are found. But product testing will be part of whether it's certification or inspection or yearly testing. Product testing will be part of every product regulation. Just can't separate the two, and therefore that's where the business lies. Today, I would say medical devices. You have the want to diversify, go for medical devices, see whether you can invest that much. I wish government fund the labs more as regulators worldwide are doing this. They are unbundling regulations. They are relying on accreditation. They are relying on outside agencies. You see authority change from PFA, where no outside lab could be used, FSSAI, where a whole lot of private labs are being used. You have seen CDSCO now notifying labs for medical devices. See Bureau of Energy Efficiency. All these regulators, even BIS, is unable to handle all the samples itself. So there are going to be labs being used, private labs. There's no option but to use private sector for compliance if we are going to effectively regulate the rest. If US can't do it, if US is relying on third party, if EU is relying on third party, surely with the kind of numbers we have, no option. But Indian example, as I've already produced, I think peso last year had started. I don't know what stage it is. I have not checked. In BIS also, the BIS workload is huge now. 125 standards to 550 standards in a period of 4 or 5 years means huge workload with no change in manpower yet, as far as I know. So there is a need for outside agencies. They have already gone for third party inspection body and labs, of course, that has been around many years. Then there is voluntary certifications. Apart from regulations, there are voluntary certifications. Now India is also looking at voluntary certifications for variety of things. And one of which is, when our regulations are not on par with international standards, and if you want our system to be accepted by outsiders, what do? We create an alternate system which is on par with international standards, which is voluntary, which you can't impose by law because your industry is not ready to get global standards by law. So you create a voluntary kind of system. For example, PETA had created organic certification just for export. It's now in regulation in domestic market. Or the EIC, where I worked for 3 years, had a whole lot of products for which it had systems which were accepted by the foreign government. Now, after many years, we created Ayush Mark scheme based on WHO GMP in 2009. In 2021, the realization that yes, we need to present this scheme to UK. Now a text has been made that anybody certified under this scheme should be accepted. So there are going to be voluntary schemes. People keep track where they are coming up. I am associated, for example, with something called NCCF, forestry certification. They recently came out with a scheme for safe board certification, formaldehyde emission. They're looking lab. So you have to keep, as an industry body, keep track of what are the regulations in place, what are the certifications coming in, where product compliance. I mean, the voluntary certifications are getting a role in regulation now. Increasingly, the regulator would say that okay, if you are certified to XYZ, you represent low risk to us, we can probably reduce our surveillance. So voluntary certificates are going to get another fillip by that kind of, like for example, FSI has a provision. If you're certified to a national or international standard, license can be renewed without inspection. All those certifications will need reports. Of course, I don't have to talk about importance of accreditation. It will be accreditation as a prerequisite. All the trade agreements, generally speaking, it will be accredited. Some sectors are still have not embraced accreditation. For example, pharma, but in most cases, it had not embraced for many years. Now it has. When I was in EIC, accreditation was unknown name. One concern that I have, one issue which I have is about the trust. Sorry to say, Indian scene is very, very different. Audits, no audits, reports issued, no inspection reports, testing reports issued. It's not an exception in India. And that is something which will bring us down and which keeps bringing us down. One of the things I would like to put to you is that this is an area which, as an association, you should be concerned about. An individual businessman may cheat, but as an association, you should be concerned. How we are going to tackle this problem. This is really serious. I can tell you that the toy industry came to me and gave me reliable evidence that samples were not coming to China. On WhatsApp, the sample photographs were coming based on which test reports have been issued. I passed this information to NABL. NABL conducted surprise checks and actually suspended some labs. But this is just not done. Please remember, these are health and safety. All regulations are about health and safety. Playing with health and safety. Also, another concern that I have is that a lot of conformity bodies, when I talk about bodies, lab, certification body, inspection body, are pushing boundaries of impartiality, getting into activities which are conflicting, might bring them into conflict with the partiality that is expected of. Another, possibly the point is that payment should not be done by the clients to the labs or payment is done by the regulator, to be dependent on the client. So that's another model that probably we need to get. There was a study done. Esther Duffo is the wife of Banerjee. She also study available shows at the moment the payment model was changed, the truthfulness of audits increased. That applies to them. In the government, we have already recognized the need for regulation of bodies, which means labs, certification bodies, inspection bodies in future will be regulated. Please remember that. The fact that the government acts so slow, as far as far back as 2018, in a meeting, the first meeting on standard, which cabinet secretary took, COS, what's called COS meeting, and I was present. I was invited for this issue was flagged and recorded in certain. It doesn't happen because there are too many things happening and it's not happening. But pending that regulation, which will come, because the situation in India is very risky. My own submission to AOI, that there you should take the lead with a voluntary commitment. I think Aparna can probably tell us. The IC Council does evaluate people on something, not merely simply signing a declaration, and more than that. So maybe something like that. AOI as an industry body should take the lead. Think about a voluntary and evaluation of people, compliance to that policy by independent people. One of the biggest challenges then comes is who is evaluating and whether those people are being followed. From lab, I'll just conclude by giving you one example. I have heard this any number of times. As I said, I pretend I don't know anything about lab despite 2.5 years in lab scheme. I still prefer. I pretend that I don't know anything. And people keep arguing with me. I ask them, why do we need assessors from one lab? Where's the need? In NAPCB, we don't allow our assessors to work for any certification. Period. You have to be free of conflict. And they come up with the same argument with me. No, assessors need to be current with up to date with testing, and therefore they need to come. I ask them, can you give me one example in last 5 years where technology has changed so much that an assessor, if he was not working in lab, he will go out of knowledge. He will be out of date. They couldn't give me an example. I said, you keep on talking that they have to be current. What current? If I retire today at 60 from a lab, having been in a lab for several years, am I still current for next 5 years? They said yes. I said, then why don't you use simply people who have retired from labs and put them in assessment and take away this conflict of interest which is going on in lab accreditation, where one assessor going to another lab. And I can assure you, I know it for sure, that a private lab person will not raise a non-conformity in BIS lab because he depends on BIS lab because of business. And he will not raise a non-conformity of PDA's lab or in MPDA's lab because it depends on business. So let's not pretend. I mean, at least in this forum of same kind of people, let's get to the root cause of problems and let's address them. You can start by having a model. Let's see how our regulation goes and what increase the credibility of conformity, which I am sorry to say is not very And I have seen that myself as CEO. And I don't want to tell you stories about that. And I can only conclude by saying just one sentence. Every malpractice which we caught, top management, right? Always.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. I would like to invite Mr. Gaurav Tiwari onto the stage to felicitate Dr. Anil Johri. Round of applause, everyone.
We are happy to inform you that Johri ji is also honorary member with AOIL. So give a clap of round for the same.
Moving on to the next, we have Sri Ashutosh Agarwal, Deputy Director, Legal Metrology, to share his words of knowledge.
Good morning to all, respected chief guest, guest of honor, speakers, special invitees, and dear friends. It is my privilege to speak in front of this forum, which is actually working for the development of the country. What I feel personally, see, in India, we have, I'm, first of all, introduce myself. I'm Deputy Director, Legal Metrology, Government of India. We are working in the field of legal metrology, weights and measures. And I think it is the most important part which plays in everybody's life, since morning to evening, but to death. Every time we are doing the measurement. And when we are doing this measurement with some legal formalities, legal requirements, it is a legal metrology. As I was hearing since morning, I will tell you we have about 1100 laboratories in the state governments, in all the state governments, at all district level, taluka level, which are working for the weighing and measuring instruments. And I can give you the assurance, guarantee, sitting over here, that if you are buying this bottle of 500 ml, it is 500 ml. This is the guarantee which the legal metrology gives you in the country. If you are buying 5 liter of petrol, 99.99% it is 5 liter. Apart from some technical errors of the machine, there are machine problems also, but it is 5 liter. So this is the importance which we see about the development of the country as far as legal metrology is concerned. As I told you, the purpose of the legal metrology is to ensure the public guarantee that what I am buying, it is actually correct. And it provides the security of payment and measurements. Basically, it builds a confidence among the traders, businessmen, industry, and the consumers, B2B or B2C. Similarly, it creates an harmonious environment for conducting the business. Because if we are ethical, if we are giving the correct quantity, it is only possible that the system will be correct. And I tell you one thing, the legal metrology plays very important role in the economic development of any country. Whether it is transaction in between the country or among the consumers or among the inside the industry, or when we are doing any type of transaction outside the country, export or import. As Sir has told, toy industry. I remember 2 years back, I was invited by this toy industry in Bombay, and I was just discussing about the requirement of the legal metrology. They told me, sir, more than 99.95% we are importing in India. The toy, which we know when we were the child, everything was made in India. But now what happened after these 30, 40 years? We are not able to manufacture the toy in India, and we were importing 95%. And just on 1st of April, I was again in Bombay we were discussing about this. We were with the all manufacturers in India, and they told me that, sir, this has been increased. Because at that time, I told many things about them. That what are the requirements, where we are failing, how we can compete the market. And now they told me that from this 95%, now they are up to 69 to 70%. So that means manufacturing has increased with the vision of this government, with the vision of our countrymen. Because earlier we were having, as in India, we only not only regulate weights and measures, we also regulate packaged commodities. And everybody and most of the products are now in the terms of packaged commodities. What are these packaged commodities? We just ask every manufacturer, packer, or the importer to give some basic declaration on a prepackaged commodity. What are these declarations? Name and address of the manufacturer or the packer or the importer. What is the quantity? What is the commodity inside the pack? Whether it is water, whether it is glass, what is it inside the pack? What is the quantity in terms of the standards units of weights and measures? Meter, kilogram, second. We all are aware of that. Other units, 7 base units, we are aware. Ampere, candela, mole, and Kelvin. So all these, basically the SI units, we always transact. Whatsoever the transaction, whatsoever the use of units is only in terms of scientific units, or this is the SI units. See, when we talk about these units, when we talk about this requirement, what are the standards? If we talk about these units, as we know earlier, before, see, very interesting example. In 1875, the Beta Convention was signed. BIPM came into the picture, and this responsibility was given to the BIPM, International Bureau of Weights and Measures. And India signed this Beta Convention in 1957. That we will also use only the SI system of units. As we know, this system of measurement in India is not given. From the Mohenjo-daro, from the Indus Valley civilization, we know that there was the size decided of a brick, 3:2:1. After that, when this Mughal period came, when this emperor came, or this Chanakya came, they also made the rules about the measurement. That every weight and measure has to be verified and is stamped after every 6 months, and it is a sovereign function. It has been done by the government. Later on, during the Mughal period, as Ser, Dosa, Tola, Basha, we were using these type of units, and Gaj. Still, in some states, we are using these Gaj. Gaj, आपको पता होगा, जो हम use करते हैं in the measurement of length or the area with Gaj square or meter square. Similarly, after the British rule, we were also having the food bounded system. And after immediately the independence in 1956, the first Weights and Measures Act was passed by the Parliament, and we started that how we will use the system of units or the measurement in our country. We will surprise how brilliant our forefathers were. They have decided in 1956, immediately after this implementation of this Weights and Measures Act, that we will sign OIML. In India, we are the member of International Organization of Legal Metrology. As we are the member of BIPM, International Bureau of Weights and Measures, the National Physical Laboratory, NMI of the country, takes part in its meetings and responsible for maintaining the standards in the country. Similarly, for the legal metrology, we are the member of International Organization of Legal Metrology. And the Director of Legal Metrology is the CML member, which represents the government. It's an intra-governmental body. This OIML is an intra-governmental body. The recommendations made by OIML are used in our country. Whatsoever the standards we have for the weights, for the balance, for the kilometer, for the blood pressure meter, for the thermometer, or for any type of weighing or measuring instrument are exactly same which are used in other developed countries, whether it is US or Europe. So basically, we decided and we just made ourselves a member of OIML in 1956. However, we signed the Meter Convention after 1 year. This is 1957, and that's why we have this international prototype of mass and length, which is of K57, which is basically we got in 1957 after signing the Meter Convention. So the purpose of this legal metrology, what I wanted to say, when we have these laboratories in India, all type of weights and measures, weighing and measuring instruments are being verified and stamped by the legal metrology officers of the state governments. We have the central government laboratories at different locations: Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Faridabad, and Guwahati. So new laboratories we are coming up. which is Varanasi and Nagpur. So all these laboratories are basically maintaining a hierarchy chart of the standard of the traceability. As we all people from the lab people, we know how the traceability is being maintained from international standard to the traders level, which is from international level to the national level, that is NMI, National Physical Laboratory, and then the legal metrology, regional reference laboratory run by the central government, and then we have the state government laboratories. So all these laboratories, the weight within their accuracy limit are traceable with the international prototype. Now, as we are aware from this 20th May of 2019, we have changed the units, the definition of units from artifacts to fundamental units. As earlier we were having one mass of platinum iridium of 1 kg. Now we have changed it. Now with the mass will be converted, mass will be taken from the Planck's constant. Similarly, length always we were having the speed of light. Time already we have the CGM, CGM clock, CGM atom, frequency transition. So all these units from artifacts has been changed the fundamental constants of nature. The National Physical Laboratory and the legal metrology are working over it to develop these SI units in our own country, and we should not depend upon others or some other developed countries. Basically, if we see the purpose of this whole structure, the laboratories plays a very important, as we are understanding since morning. But but whether now the question comes of trust. Trust is not only on the laboratory, trust is on our own. When I ask for an OTP on the mobile, it's a factor of trust. And somewhere we have lost our trust. That's why for everything we need an OTP. Otherwise, there's no need of an OTP if we have a trust. So see, the system in which we are actually working or which we are actually living, we have to enhance ourselves. Ethics will come from our own. The laboratories have to test. I tell you one thing, I never say that the laboratories are responsible for issuing only the piece of paper. This is basically the user requirement. User does not want to send the equipment for the testing, for the calibration. He just want to get a certificate, a piece of paper. So we have to decide what we need in our country, whether we want to be always developing or at some level, we can say, yes, we have reached at our level. Since last 1 year, I'm also heading up one of the regional office in Ahmedabad. I'm also having this laboratory. I also come to know that people think that, okay, whether the weight has to be brought, whether the balance has to be actually calibrated, whether the flowmeter has to be taken from the machine. So what does it mean? Otherwise, what I will test. I can't test your piece, or I can't test you when you're coming to me. I can't test when you are asking this question, how you are, how ethical we are. But we can't do that. Being in government, being in private, I understand. Being in government, it is not my responsibility because I am not the revenue generating department to whom the revenue has to be generated. But for the private have, I understand. It's a problem. They have to run the show. So somewhere we have to be ethical because it's an association which is working with all the laboratories. And if you will be having some ethics, certainly I'm telling you, you will find slowly, after some time, the people will start asking, the users will start asking the certificates. Not only the certificates, the calibrated and the tested material. But it will start from your own. If in the laboratory, when I am in Ahmedabad, when I went there, I found that the flow meters were not calibrated. Immediately, I sent them to FCRI for the calibration. Why it is so? Because until unless my own equipment are not calibrated, it is useless to calibrate others. I should know what are my results. So basically, how we are working, how we are thinking, what is our result? It should be very clear. And I'm surprised to see this AMTZ. Within less than a year, they have constructed this whole building. What I was thinking that this is within this, truly, I'm thinking about myself. I was thinking that within this 1 year, I have changed this regional office, Arunachal Ahmedabad, from 0 to, let's say, 10 level. Now I'm thinking I did nothing. If I saw about this development, I did nothing. It was already there. I have just improved. So this is the vision which we have to take with us. What are our requirements? How we can grow, how we can develop. And I'm telling you, you are very few laboratories in the country, just 3,000. You think you are 3,000? No. In India, we are having lakhs of laboratories. Lakhs of laboratories. And sir has already told, we are not accredited. And there's no need of any accreditation. If I'm going to any of another lab for assessment as an NABL assessor, what is our purpose? for what we are, whether we are giving some quality input, something better, which he was not doing. Otherwise, it's waste time, energy, and money. Purpose is not to find the NCs. In my assessment, I think more than 50% of the assessment is no NC. When I ask something, he does it immediately. So where to write and why to write? The purpose is change the minds. And I'm telling you, either today or tomorrow, it will be done with we people only, and we will do it. The legal methodology covers all type of weighing and measuring instruments which are used in any transaction or production. What is a transaction? Transaction means any type of sale and purchase, assessment of duty, toll, etc. And protection, any equipment, the observations taken by this equipment, if are used for the health or the safety of a human being or an animal or a commodity, all these are used, all these are covered under the legal methodology. They have to be verified and stamped. But we have very small officers in the country. So we are just 3,000 in the country with all the state governments and about 1,100 laboratories. It cannot be done. Nowadays, equipments are increasing day by day. And we have to see how the private labs can help us in our path of development of this country. What I mean to say, in the Legal Metrology Act, we have a provision that the private labs can also support the legal methodology for the calibration, for the verification and stamping. Even in this year, on 2021, we have made a notification which clearly speaks that it has been decided to allow third party 17025 accredited labs under the legal methodology rules to verify and stamp the weights and measures. I'm sorry that nothing happens. This is basically in between the 170 annual and the government. We are working on it. Certainly, we want that most of the laboratories should start working on the verification and stamping, because we don't have the facility of gas meters. All of us are using the gas meters at our homes. Energy meters. This is not, see, eyewash. Even I have seen, I will not take the name of the users or the discom companies, how they are testing the energy meters. I can't say. We say software type test. I'm just putting a weighing machine on a software on a computer, and it is testing and telling me it is correct. So this is the way how we people are working, how we are finding that it is correct or not. So we need the good laboratories which can work not only for these weighing and measuring instrument, but blood pressure meter, thermometer. We are not calibrating. All of us are using, and in this COVID time, we were having infrared thermometer. And what was the result? We all know. Pulse oximeter. What was the result? We all know. Whether we want to do like this, or whether we feel that we actually deserve for it after the independence of this 100 years. Now we are going to 100 years of the independence. We are not able to manufacture a small pulse oximeter, and it is not working well. The patient who is at home or the person, common man, if I will see it is 90%, again 89%, 85%, immediately person will run to the hospital and start taking the medicine. And it happened. But you know, most of them are not correct. And we all know how today. How it happened, why it happened. Because we were not having it. We tried to support the public at that time. We allowed all type of reports in the country at that time, with just allowing them without complying the law at that time, because we thought that first of all we need this oxygen concentrator, we need the pulse oximeter, we need the infrared thermometers. We allowed all, but whether they were actually able to take the readings, observations. So my request to all, be the partner. We are now all at the same stage. We have to work together for the betterment and the good developed country of the country, so that our children should not see towards the Europe or US or the Germany or the Canada. They should say, yes, we can work in India. We have the good opportunities in India now. And I think with the vision of this government, we are expecting a lot. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I'd like to invite Mr. Lalit Pandey to facilitate Lalit Paneri to felicitate Shri Ashutosh. Time, let's request all the speakers. Everybody. Moving on to the next, it will be my honor to invite Dr. Aparna Dave, Executive Director, TIP Council, onto the stage for her insights report. Huge round of applause, please.
Everybody. First thing is the lunchtime is due, and I have to already point that you quick. I will be extremely quick. That's one point, but probably there many that I will get in. Considering time, some people in diabetic, I thought, but I know this is my connect from the long number of years, like you probably talked about, but considering the Therapeutics, the Congress, I've tried to put the best practices for laboratory. When we look into the global market, we know that the big industry, the FC inspection certification is slightly low by 20. As already mentioned, there are lacks of laboratory in India, but then the first question is how much is the perception? How are they upgraded or not? The first aspect I would like to highlight before I go into the part is, as an association, it's our responsibility that we come out with some kind of mechanism working with the government organization. What is come out with some kind of level one activity or where we active, training them, not teaching them. Heard about all practices. We heard about basic facilities not being present. So there is a need that come out with some kind of minimal level requirements so that at least they are upgrading. Not go to the aspect of accreditation immediately, because that is again would be the second stage. But when we talk about tax examination, this can be considered take a movement within our country. I'm not aware there would be a board organization or a ministry, but all the people who are in these government sector, ATM, maybe the private organization. Into the laboratories have already have reached a certain aspect and a mark. I would be quick on sharing you my thoughts on this. There is a need, and that movement which is coming in is towards the digitalization aspect. So what do we need to do on that aspect? There is a movement on sustainability part which needs to be taken care of. Remote assessment is the talk of the day-to-day. That is again an area where we need to talk. And of course, when we look into the sampling and the testing part, what we actually lack is skill level. What when you look into it, have a standard, we have some quality concept built up. But when you go down the line, when there is a class 12 person doing a sampling of something as simple as the water sampling, there could be errors. Because the minimum requirement not be made, the critical parameters not be told to the person, not follow the class. They could be a short paper. Then easily another movement for the I was discussing with somebody when I was coming to the car, they said we have guys wherein we want to develop this skill, but people don't come forward. So I think there's a need that we change the mind. The government is of course aspect and as it is also we need to come besides whatever the educational aspects to given, I could request of the lead from the new part. There is a need that you look into the aspect where it is universities and the education, the aspect of buildings. I know that in the NEP coming, there are requirements of that. It provides the skills of different people when they are taking the basic education from either ITI or graduation in technology or science, wherever, whatever program that could be considered. The other aspect is LIMS and laboratory information management is quite prominent and popular. A new concept is when there is an analysis that happens in the MS, right, where there is a need to integrate one service, MS or any kind of thing, where the data which gets generated needs to be integrated to the LIS. So that now what happens is I will be telling the advantage of my next slide because what you're doing is in this whole process of integrating, there is an audit trace which gets generated. Integrity of results are uh, uh, ascertained in certain manner unless and until there has been some errors which happen. So we need to put that part of integrating and more technology come up in the laboratory side because what also will happen is it will assure the integrity of results also save the cost of your testing. And of course, as in the morning, our API director mentioned that laboratory is not the burden. If the manufacturing is moving towards this side, even the laboratory has another concept which we think of driving a movement within the India, uh, side of making India is on sustainability part. I know you as an organization would be doing it. Yeah, but the energy efficiency, PV solar panels are growing up. There's big solar panels set up in the that also when I saw there is a need that energy efficiency part are being looked in. But we also need to ensure because you see the small setup of laboratories are there, they just put the waste into the bins. Now what happens from them? Is it affecting somebody? So maybe there is a new concept with captain. There could be short technologies which could be considered where it gets at the source the waste goes with especially the chemical part of the testing. There are methodologies where it is able to improvise the waste management part of it. That could be one thing. Green cover, yes, we're all thinking about it, but then a sustainable lab or an energy efficient lab could be a new concept which we could all try. The other aspect is remote assessment. Yes, when an AD has to do a remote assessment in a lab, it was actually challenging when COVID era. Now, do we have to consider this to be the future? Are we thinking about replacing it with the on-site assessments, not the initial ones, but the other ones? And if that is the case, what would be the methodology? Digitization show increases the uh, testing participation because that again ensures it need not be restricted to one week participation. Here, it would be the concept that if there are technicians or working in the lab, but they are reviewed as per independent PD provider program. That would be one of the ways we are monitoring and assuring the scale of the cost. That would be one of the thought. Transformation, I have already said, it's like the distributed details for paucity of time. I'm skipping this slide. The other thing was lack of laboratories. So I know this is a very problem. One solution that could be comments for models to improve the laboratory. Instead of setting up, uh, there could be just one lab, maybe samples are sourced into that from different locations. Or if there is a cluster of manufacturing units, there could be a set of labs which have specialized categories rather than making each individual lab with the same activity. Because then what also happens in this situation is there is Rates reduce the cost, and that is where the quality gets affected. While you have this one center up there, something like one a specialized board instrumentation there, and all the units up there, that aspect would be another aspect that we think about. It would be the laboratory. So these were my couple of thoughts for the lab for future aspect. The other thing, as Jorika mentioned, was I'll just give you a little update on the council. We are a global trade association, exclusively working in testing inspection certification part, like AOIL, we are a very small entity, because I know when we talk about the industry, we're target for manufacturing part. We are headquartered in Brussels, have offices in China and as well as in India. We need registered entities, and we have a compliance program that we take membership. So under this compliance program, when we take membership, there are certain requirements like integrity, practices. We ensure that compliance structure is friendly with scientific and those practices are ensured by our member organization. So maybe we can support UIL in the aspect of developing this kind of some benchmark so that the quality of the labs are upgraded. But I would also like to emphasize as a trade association by the function, we look into the members and they're able to present them on the platform where it is attention. So it's very, very important that those actively contribute to the activity. Thank you so much. I hope I'm
Dear Richards, ma'am, I would like to invite Ms. Rachna Dutta to felicitate Dr. Aparna Dhawan. Moving on to the next, we have Dr. V. Gayatri, Professor in Microbiology, NRIIMS, share words with us. Round of applause. Everyone. I'm Dr. Gayatri, a clinical microbiologist from Visakhapatnam. I'm very happy to be standing in front of this elite group of stalwarts from various departments, which are very much unknown to us as doctors. I have done my post-graduation and undergraduation from Andhra Medical College and belong to proper Visakhapatnam. And I worked different calibers like cadres, starting from the medical faculty, consultant microbiologist and NABL chancellor and NABL consultant, and the COVID nodal officer and the RT-PCR lab director, and so on. And with this little humble knowledge, with my 20 years of experience, I'm privileged standing in front of you, introduce you a few aspects of importance of laboratory technological advancements, which is the need of the hour for the future healthcare needs. We are in a time zone. We are the actual pandemic, the COVID pandemic. We have seen peculiarity of the pantry, how it would be. The clinical aspect, the laboratory, technological aspect, the demand it has created in all that. Okay, in this time zone, with an ever increasing high health risk, starting from cancer, the emerging and re-emerging infections, the infectious diseases like COVID, the drug-resistant silent pandemic, which is taking so many lives of the patients in ICUs, and the lifestyle-related diseases, the hypertension, the diabetes, which are leading to organ failures, and all these diseases, they are ever increasing. And the healthcare personnel, the healthcare industry is dealing with health risks, different techniques, which was not there before. Just high risk procedures like organ transplantation, stem cell transplantation, bone marrow transplantation, and different delivery modalities of chemotherapy and target specific radiotherapy, that is proton therapy, and 3D animation of the organs and the cells to reproduce the organs and cells, genetic engineering, and the immunoprophylaxis, the vaccine industry. This is different procedures. We are still tackling the ever increasing health risks that we are facing in this era. Not only in the health aspect, the laboratory technology advancements are very much required for the clinical research that is happening in cancer, the autoimmune infections, the autoimmune diseases. The range is increasing, starting from hormonal diseases to the systemic infections and multi-organ failures, and the infectious diseases, and the predictive medicine. We are going to predict the disease in future. The person is going to have is developed. That is the predictive medicine and the preventive medicine. In all these aspects, we need a good laboratory technological support. It's the need of the hour. And nearly 80% of the clinical decisions by a clinical practitioner, the patient management will be supported by the lab, a good laboratory with a good reporting system and a good interpretation of the reports. 80% of the patient decisions will be depending on the laboratory technology. The three important parameters any lab technology is needed are required to help the clinical practice are the accuracy and the turnaround time, how quickly they can produce the test, how much time it is taking to process the sample, and at a reasonable cost to the patient and the industry. So the three important parameters we look, any doctor will look for such an investigation that is available for any of these diseases. The benefits of this advanced laboratory technology, that is mostly automation, that is, it reduces the workload to the personnel in the lab, and it reduces the time taken for the result to be produced, and it increases the total number of tests that is done in a specific period of time, and it eliminates many of the repetitive processes we do in the laboratory by automation, so that we can reduce the human error and we can improve the accuracy, and it improves the reproducibility of the test, uses the amount of sample and I just want to touch upon a few recently happened innovations, the laboratory technological advance. The first one is the proteomics, that is a phenotypic detection techniques. Next is genomics, the genetic type of detection. The lateral flow assay and the panel-based molecular diagnostics and the CRISPR related associated proteins, the genetics again, and therapeutic drug monitoring. Very few, the most important innovations nowadays, the clinician is the advanced technology. What we are desired to have in every regional or referral laboratory of any area. Proteomics, that is a phenotypic detection, is a detailed and comprehensive characterization of proteins. The proteins present in the different samples of the patient. By analyzing the proteins characterization, the analyzer will give an automated report sampling. By combining the quantitative proteomic methodologies and high resolution mass spectrometry, the microarrays, the magic of MS, these are the recent miracles in the dark that happened. The magic of MS, that is matrix associated laser desorption, ionization, the time of flight, mass spectrometry. So here is the one. Here is the one, that is the principle of magic of where the sample is here, the laser is fallen on that one. So it elicits the ionized analyte, which is captured in the analyzer and will give a printed report. So it is a promising discovery for rapid diagnosis of infectious diseases. It is so rapid and it is accurate and cost effective also. And again, it is culture-based technique for bacteria and fungi. Being a microbiologist, I may be touching little more about the microbiology. There are two different techniques, that is culture-based and non-culture based. So in the culture-based, we have to grow the bacteria, which takes by default it takes 18 to 24 hours. After that, only we can do any of these testings possible. So this is again a culture-based technique. So the first 18 to 24 hours goes for the growing the bacteria. And we have to provide different culture media, nutrition, and all those things for the bacteria to grow. Next, we are moving to the genomics. Genomics is an interdisciplinary field of biology focusing structure, the function, the evolution, the mapping, and editing, that is genetic engineering. So the laboratory genetics, so the genomics, when we go to the laboratory genetics where we apply the genetics in the laboratory, we study for the genetic diseases, the congenital diseases, and related technology. There are four different areas where we use genomics, genetics in the laboratory. One is the cytogenetics. Next is the molecular genetics, the biochemical genetics, and the fertility labs. All these they use the genetics as a basic principle technology. The most fast moving is the molecular technology. With the COVID, we all know the importance of molecular technology to diagnose, especially the virology. The viruses which can't be grown naturally in the lab are only can be captured by molecular techniques. The antigen detection is possible only with molecular techniques. And most of the mycology, the fungi also, we detect the molecular tests and the mycobacterium tuberculosis. So these three group of pathogens we depend mostly on the molecular techniques. The techniques that we use usually in the molecular biology are the cloning and the PCR and electrophoresis, plotting and probing, the microarrays, and oligonucleotide detection. So we have seen the establishment of RT-PCR lab, how difficult it is, and how much space it requires, and all the regulations it requires, all those things with the COVID. Each and every hospital, the COVID hospital has established a new RT-PCR lab. The cost, incurred, everything. But the current status is not that lengthy procedures of RT-PCR and all those. It is a portable molecular diagnostic instruments is the current status. You can all identify this segment. Is line probe assay that is made in India for tuberculosis, and we have used it even for COVID, which gives the result in 30 minutes. A small tabletop exam. So also now PCR exam. This is Gene Expert. It is a cabinet, which is a cartridge based. In this cartridge, in this box, small box itself, the whole PCR goes on. So these are all 30 minutes to 45 minutes takes the time for the result. When you compare with the lengthy conventional RT-PCR, the portable molecular diagnostics is the trend of the day. And next, the important thing is the panel-based molecular diagnostics, where in a panel you can detect at a time a range of organisms which causes the same syndrome. That is called a syndrome approach. So like pneumonia approach, the meningitis approach, the encephalitis approach, the gastrointestinal approach, like that we can go for. It is a paradigm shift in the clinical microbiology, created a shift, a major shift in the clinical microbiology diagnosis, especially in sepsis patients. It is the non-culture based automation. For the first time, it is a non-culture based automation technique microbiology where there is no need to grow the organism. The 18 to 24 hours, the first 18 to 24 hours, the patient is not taken over to the culture. Directly, we can feed the sample here and we can identify the factors. So here, it is a rapid test, the positive blood culture body, that is sepsis panel. Here, it not only detects the pathogen, but also the drug resistant gene that is present in the organism will be detected so that we can give the target therapy to the patient immediately. We all know that first 30 minutes, the time is important for any sepsis patient. If for every 30 minutes delay in the target therapy of sepsis patients, the mortality rate will double. So we can save the patients because of these panel-based approaches. They are available for respiratory pathogens, gastrointestinal pathogens, CNS, and urinary pathogens like that. And it is an expandable technology also. Next is a lateral flow assay, which is a point of care test. This principle is so simple that it just looks like any cassette ELISA or any immunochromatogram, that's the rapid test we are using. But the principle is a lateral flow assay, which is more specific than the other rapid. It's rapid, low cost, and accurate. This is the recent attraction. First, you all know what is the self-kit COVID-19 has. This is the lateral. There are protein biochemistry kits, hormone analysis kits, viral marker, and rare pathogens like Cryptococcus, and the SARS-CoV. And interleukin 6 also we have used it. Lateral flow assay, the COVID pandemic. Next is the CRISPR associated protein analysis, the systems tasks. These are the clustered regulatory single space short palindromic repeats that are present on our chromosomes. So the exogeny of this density of SARS-CoV-2 pandemic highlighted the importance of point of care tests, which can give the report within no time and at the bedside. That means the patient sample comes to laboratory, the report will be ready within no time. So the point of care tests have played major role during the COVID pandemic. We couldn't depend on the lengthy procedures of CLIA and all those things. We used, all of us, we have used a short, a rapid models of lateral flow assay for many of the investigations like ferritin, biotin, or whatever markers are used. This is the latest technique, that is advancement or whatever it will be, the microbiome and precision oncology. The oncology is again depending on the microbiome the person is harboring in his gut, in his body. So this is emerging the paradigm in anti-cancer therapy, which is possible with this personalized medicine. So each person will have his own microbiome, starting from the nose throat to his rectum anus. Throughout his body, he has a mark of microbiome. It is unique to that person. This microbiome is going to decide the development of cancers, the development of diabetes, development of hypertension, development of autoimmune disease, whatever all the chronic diseases we are seeing now are all because of this microbiome. So by understanding the intimate relationship of this microbes, the host, unknown etiologies of many cancers and other diseases can be made out. And finally, this is the therapeutic drug monitoring and toxicology that is called as TDM. We have to monitor the drug or metabolite levels in the blood, the specific time point to determine whether the concentration is sufficient or not for the patient to kill the organism. That is the therapeutic range, whether it has neither subtherapeutic or not potentially toxic to the patient. This is not only for the antibiotics, we are using it for the anti-cancer drugs and also for the immunosuppressant transplantation patients. The techniques for this TDM are usually immunoassessment CLIA and HPLC and the mass spectrum. And being a microbiologist, I have to express my concern that there is a long delay or there is no automation we are seeing in microbiology laboratories. And we are seeing this automation, especially in the biochemistry and the pathology, hematology. But it is taking a long time for microbiology labs to get this automation into our labs. But it is the time how this automation, because the sepsis cases are increasing, and we are in a silent pandemic of drug-resistant organisms, that is antimicrobial resistance, which was called as superbugs. And these non-culture-based automation techniques are the need of the art to save these sepsis patients. And the challenges of this automation or advanced techniques is both inspiring and daunting also, because the technicians, they have to train, or they have to learn a lot to deal with this automation, because any micro error in the pre-analytical and analytical phase gets amplified and leads macro error in the results. And along with that, the high cost because the patient, and there has to be a definition of ordering the test with this automation or high-end test, and the test interpretation is equally important. So the future labs are going to be totally a transformed labs with total automation and all advanced technologies. And with this, I'm closing my talk, and thank you very much. I request Ms. Rachna Gupta, please Dr. Guide.
Now the time is good afternoon. Also. So we all aware when we are automatic big development successfully. There is a team who has worked hard from days, you can say many days, or you can say more than a month for preparation of this. So we should not miss to facilitate those peoples who had worked hard, tirelessly, and they had given this platform for the grand success of Laboratory Day celebration. So I invite our Honorable Chairman Shri D.S. Tiwari from the dais, and our Chief Guest Shri Renu Gopalaji, and Dr. Jitendra Sharma to facilitate the organizing team from AOL side and AMTZ team, both team. First, I invite AMTZ team to share the come on the dais. Yeah. So now, as per the decision by arbitrator, I invite all AOL friends and members who are sitting here, come on the dais. It's a great hard work, commitment towards this mission as a Laboratory Day celebration. Please come on the dais.
So you can see the faces who had worked hard from last 1 month, and the success is in front of you. So give a clap of round to all of them.
The entire team is now on the stage from AOIL. A great round of applause once again.
Now I invite team AMT judge. They had worked hard. Proper management system they had delivered to AOI. So I request team AMT judge. Shishirji, you are also joined on dais. So these are the stars who are shining today. So give a clap of round to team AMT jet. Thank you. Can I request Shishirji to come to the stage?
I know everybody must be hungry and waiting for that lunch break. So now we will break for lunch and we will be back here after half an hour, 3 o'clock. Shri R.P. Singh, sir. Shri Lalit Paniri. Paniri, sorry. Sorry for taking the name wrong. I would request Mr. Sriram to kindly take the thing, sir. Oh. Shri Rajesh Deswal, sir. Mr. Shashi, sir, to do the honors. Shri Gaurav Tiwari. Gaurav, sir. Yeah, yes. Next is Shri Prabhu, sir. By Suresh. Gaurav, sir. Again. Rahul, sir. Bharat sir, by Mr. Sriram. Mrs. Rachana Dukra. By Mrs. Jyoti Sriram. Sri Mutturaman. By Shashi sir. Great sir on stage. I request Rajesh sir to do the honor. Rajkumar sir on stage. Sir, Rajesh, time. Rajkumar sir. Ah. And what? Right. Can I request Dr. Neeraj Jain to kindly come on stage, sir? He'll be the presentation.
Our Chairman Shashi Kumar with a clap of round. Very hard work.
Okay, Mr. Sriram. By Rajesh sir. Okay, okay. Okay, we also, in fact, wanted to take Dr. Master, but he's not here. That- Last but not the least, I think maximum effort put in by Miss Remy. Take round of applause. Deserving. Very deserving, I said. Again by me. So thank you for this. But though I represent an institute, a community here that is Team APZ, so it's for all the people who have put the hard work to make it a success. For all of them. Thank you. Yeah.
Start with, we have a keynote address by Dr. R.P. Singh, Secretary General, Association of Indian Laboratories. I welcome you, sir, onto the stage.
Namaskar, Bandhu, and good afternoon. In our meetings, AYL meetings, many times our friend from southern region will check us. थोड़ा अंग्रेजी में बोलिए, हिंदी नहीं समझ में आता है. I'm not able to follow properly, and Shashi is laughing, so it is for him only. And it always happens. You are very much comfortable with your mother tongue when you want to express something. Mostly emotional things are always done best in your mother tongue. For me, it is a very emotional day today for many reasons. One, my younger friend Rajesh has taken the lead and he brought us here a distant part. So I want to make a note of this. Another thing, Shashi Kumar, we always have been forcing him to come into our elite club of AYL, not giving him any concession about his enterprise and tough times in enterprise. And he also, he rose to the occasion and he has been very dynamic throughout the organization of this program. I'm taking this opportunity because I may not be here tomorrow. I have to attend a marriage party. For that, I got excused in our Gorni Council meeting when this program was being finalized. And it is a very satisfying day for me to celebrate. It is our Foundation Day Lab Congress. And this day we remember all those members, 20 members who formed this association. And we are very fortunate that our founder member is among us. And he is still as fresh as he was many years ago. And he has got much more energy reserved with him more than us. Many of us will say, now bhai bahut ho gaya. Rajesh, a smiling fellow. He is ready to hand over everything of AYL to us. So I took him and told to Tiwari ji, साहब ये ऐसा कह रहे हैं, आप नहीं कह रहे हो. Yesterday only he confirmed that he will be reaching to 80 years. And he at 50 years says, nahi, bahut ho gaya, bahut ho gaya. So all those things are the coming to mind because it is a lab congress day and we have a very glamorous opening of this day and some many critical and serious points have been raised which we have all noted and taken to heart to try to do something about it, what we can do. AYL certainly it is an association. Association, it is an English word and it is difficult to translate everything, but association is for some specific purpose and not of that everybody in association will be of same type or with the same characteristic, but we will have some one common purpose or common cause for which we make association and that association can form. Otherwise, by nature and in our Indian culture and tradition, it is said individual is called Aham Brahmasmi. Aham man. Brahmas means this whole universe is there within me. So if whole universe is within me and I am running a laboratory person is again a professional person who will not listen to other easily because he would not like to deviate from his profession of scientific things. So bringing such people together, it is a tough task, but we have been successful and we came up to this time to celebrate our foundation day. And it is another aspect that our association, all the founder members are mostly all are still active. One or two members because of it is nature. हम दुनिया में आए हैं तो हमें दुनिया में जाना पड़ेगा. So one, it is again a Hindi, Sasi, sorry for this. If we have bond, we have to die one day. So some of our founder members are not among us, but their memories, their guidance, and our fortunate meetings with them. I remember Dr. S.Y. Pandey. He was our GLP vice president. And so those 20 members, they made a foundation on which now we are growing and we are spreading our wings. And today we are at Visakhapatnam. And I don't know if this keynote word has come, but I was not prepared for keynote address. And what I prepared as a slides, it was few of the glimpses of our involvement with the international forum, particularly ILAC, IF, we get indirect association, and we have communication with IF. I'm maintaining a IF file. Whenever they write something, I keep and I try to respond to them. Sometimes they are not asking anything from us because we are nobody to them. But then I will very politely thank them for I am in receipt of the mail and content has been noted, and thank you for sharing this information with us so that they know there is an AYL. And I will tell you, I am using the AYL letterhead very liberally when I communicate with the international agency, just so that our name is there, it flashes on their system instead of simple email. So because of all those activities, we have a good identity, so you can say pictorial identity in their records. Whenever they open email and sometimes they say the email, it comes. Most of our email response, deliberately, I am not leaving anybody. I just reply when reply to all things post. Even if I'm saying that I'm going to participate in this meeting, I will show, because that by that way we are creating our robust identity among the international bodies, because something which comes from out, that is given a quick recognition and quick acceptance, and that is the behavior of our country. Something made in India, it has got less thing, but something imported or made in Germany, that helps to get more acceptance. So we have been promoting that AYL is formed in 2015. It is fact, but in fact, when we were searching our records, I got 2014. So don't get confused. It is 2015 because that is our registration and other thing. But it was formed, and then rest of the things, whosoever were there, they were very committed person and very sincere in their profession. And what qualities we are asking for now, most of the persons are known for those qualities. And at that time, we were not having any code of conduct, because our conduct itself was at that time of that type that we could form this association. This is the all founders members, and I am the person to whom our ancestors are very close to me. So of course they are among us, but I found that the founder members must be remembered in each foundation day and when we celebrate it. So I took this slide and added here, and many people are here. Tiwari ji is here, and Nehra Saab is not here, but he has been very active and he is still active. Deswal is here. Mr. Vivek Bagga has not come. He could not come. I talked to him. You see, Arvind Singh is here. Dr. S.Y. Pandey is no more, but when he was there, he was a person to whom Tiwari ji used to feel very comfortable. So he must be missing him. Dr. Alok Ahuja, he could not make it. He's in Dehradun. But we have another equally and more glamorous doctor here, our friend Neeraj Jain. So he's representing that post now. And Kapil Vasist, he could not make it. He's from Faridabad. Perhaps it is a testing lab. Yeah, testing lab. Mr. Dijen Mathur, he's there. And now he is board member, NABL board member also. Gaurav Tiwari, very dynamic person, and I like him very much. He says me to uncle, but it never goes to in my mind. I never treat him as that word. But he addresses me as uncle. That may be reciprocating, because my son says uncle to Tiwari ji. But he is my young friend like Rajesh, and he's a very nice person to me. Without any if and but condition, whatever I am requesting him, he accepts in toto. And by that way, I am able to managed with the designation as a Secretary General, but most of the work is being taken care by Gaurav as a Joint Secretary. Arun Rajkumar Frederick is another member. He was the first person to become life member of AYL, and many of our programs like we organized today here, we have organized at IIFAT, and he's a very nice person to talk, and he gives very good guidance and insight about the legal aspect of association, and he exalts us that it is association means you are a something like union, worker union. You must fight for the laboratories. So he was also one of the founder members. He is, sorry. Anu Rajkumar ji is here, and I'm happy to announce, Rajkumar ji, where you are? Okay. Anyway, he is here. He is participating, must have gone, and he promised to become life member. So let us clap for him. He is the life member from Southern region now, and it is the beginning, so others will follow the suit. Dr. Vishnu Bhasin and Ambrish Nikum, they are both from Delhi, and both are from pathology labs. And Maheshwar Sahu, Tiwari ji, who is Maheshwar Sahu? Anyway, because they were the founder members, H.C. Meher, he is from Delhi. Then Brajesh Kumar Singh. Yeah, that we may make correction and we will keep in our records. And Brajesh Kumar Singh. Lalit Paneri is here. Paneri is my personal friend, professional friend, and he is my AYL colleague for participation in all international whatever activities AYL is taking care of. And I'm grateful to him for his unconditional support all through these years. Mr. Bansal, he is from Ghaziabad, and Mr. N. Kalyan, he is past president. He could not make it, he sent his message. But all these 20% have contributed to plant the sapling of AYL, which is coming now to age. Then AYL has got total 13 life members, and if we include Rajkumar ji today, so we become 14 life members. In India, it is an insignificant figure, but at international level, when I say we have got 14 life members, sometimes they think that whole association is life member. European countries are like that; their strength sometimes 8 or 10 or 12 like that. So we have got 14 life members at international level. It is a good thing. But my request to participating lab here and my colleagues who promised earlier, just a reminder, why not to become a life member of AYA. Then these things are just customary for secretary. AYL, Rajesh has already spoken. We have got 4 type of labs and headquarters, and it is not mentioned here. Soon we will have our what to say, what type of that office it will be, but office in AMTZ, and thanks to AMTZ management for that. Then these are the few bullet points. We can say that the credit of AYL, which we made a benchmark in our history of formation. So we become stakeholder member of ILAC and ILAC laboratory committee since 2015. 2016, we got our presence in 2 important working groups of ILAC. And it is a real privilege because many countries are not being given that privilege. Working group will have 3, 4, 5 members, not much. And these 3, 4, 5 members will deliberate to the particular task given in a very sincere manner. We become ULI is the International Union of Association of Laboratories, headquartered in Amsterdam. So become ULI member in 2016, and we joined board also. So we are in their ULI executive board. So our voice is heard very sincerely in ULI also. Then ULI has given opportunity to represent them in APAC, General Assembly, and CPC since 2019. And from AYL, I am attending APAC meetings and proceedings. And sometimes it is a voting, sometimes some simple communication that we are taking care of. Then LC has made AYL representative for ISO BIM committee. It is a mirror group. and that also we got it since 2019. And last year during pandemic, there was a communication. Most of the meetings being conducted through video conferencing. Then our laboratory committee chair, Mr. Jeff Gust, asked me whether you would like to be secretary of LC, because earlier secretary, their body was dissolved in Canada and he wanted to leave that post. And I accepted that. And since then, I'm doing that laboratory committee secretarial job. That identity has given much more authority to say to India, to AYL, to so that our voices are being heard. Being secretary, I have got some liberty to take agenda what we feel it is to be taken to laboratory committee. And many things are taken through agenda, something taken verbally during discussion, during tea time and coffee time. Some problem which are of generic nature or general nature, we discuss in LC. Then for Indian labs, what to something which we think that it is AYL which has been able to provide this privilege to laboratory. So we brought that membership of ILAC in 2015. Then we conducted 3 international workshops, and those workshop experts were from ILAC. ILAC chair at that time, Mr. Peter Anger was there, and ISO Costco committee for 17025, Mr. Jeff Gust was convener, he was there. So those workshops were, you can say they were the very unique world-class workshop on ISO 17025, and our laboratories has got a very good international global exposure during those workshops, and those workshops has given a good cohesiveness to become a real all India body, because we conducted workshop in Western India, Southern India, and Delhi headquarters. Then 2019 again we got entry to WIM committee. Very few countries have got access to that WIM committee from Asia. Then it is same thing. 2020 we got a Secretary General appointment, and 2021 there is an NABL document that was withdrawn after it was taken as a regular agenda to ILAC. So that is the potential of our association with ILAC, because something which we are not able to make agencies and government bodies, accreditation bodies heard in India, that they listen very keenly when we say those in those platforms. So it was once it was discussed in ILAC, after that they removed this NABL 165, which was not, we were not finding relevant to our accreditation process. And these are the different participations date-wise. This slide would be shared with you. I have given to them, so it is just for your record and sometime to feel that how we are involved there. So it was 2021-22. Even ILAC was there. All meetings were conducted through video conference, and we made it very serious efforts to attend all the meetings. We may not be participating in each and every meeting by saying something or putting something part of agenda, but we used to listen and keep that record of whatever proceedings are there, and we are maintaining file of all those documents. So somebody who is interested, sometime they can contact AYL and have look on those documents. Then this is the proposed participation. We are talking among us. Dr. Jain is ready. Paneri Saab is there. There may be many more participants. So October 2022, it will be a physical meeting at Montreal, Canada, and where we have planned to participate in all these meetings. Then, as I told, ULI meetings we are attending regularly. We are in all their governing board meeting, workshop meeting, some seminar, and PT proficiency working group. This is something information to share. You heard Dr. Aparna Dhawan today in the morning. So there is a TIC Council, which is a new body for us and for ILAC also to accept them as a stakeholder member. And there is a development at international level. IF, ILAC, they are going to make merge and make a single international organization for accreditation. And Joint General Assembly, Frankfurt, first assembly and second 2 times resolutions has recommended to establish a single international organization. And things are going on, and article of association, everything is being made, being discussed, and AOL is participating. And okay. It is last slide and maybe a few last sentences. So I like is establishing a stakeholder forum where now laboratory committee would have a different name, and inspection and certification bodies also will become member of that stakeholder forum, including TIC Council. And about TIC Council, it is already told by Madam Dhaman, so no need to repeat. This is again document which is released. This all you know. And this is again to remember our old friends and our association. You can see Kalyan Saab, you can see Bhargav Saab, a very active and supportive person in our managing affairs of AYL, Mr. Praveen Bhargav. Paneri ji is there. Kalyan ji is there, past president. Again, same thing. These are the photographs. And then 2016, ILAC was there in Delhi with that photograph. And once ILAC team visited Agra, it was our own lab. So if you are associated with AYL, these are the, byproduct benefits. So international experts are visiting your lab. Thank you for patience listening. And if something which has gone beyond my scope of talking, I say sorry for that. Please forgive me for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insightful knowledge with us. I now invite Mr. A. Shashi Kumar onto the stage to felicitate Dr. RBC. Can we have a big round of applause, please? I'd now like to invite Dr. Neeraj Jain, President, Milab, and Vice President, Medical Association of Indian Laboratories, to share his thoughts.
First of all, I would like to thank Rajesh Deswal for giving chance for me to provide this meeting. He said, nothing doing, you have to come for the meeting. अब तिवारी साहब पहले कितने रॉब से बोला करते थे ना, सर बड़े पोलाइट हो गए। हम तो हमेशा सुनते हैं कि तिवारी साहब जब किसी की सुनते नहीं थे, बस ऐसे स्टेज फॉरवर्ड कुछ भी बोल दिया करते थे। हमने कभी ऐसा देखा नहीं है, लेकिन राजेश को देख के कोई रूप नजर आ रहा था। Thank you very much, and I'm really happy to be part of this meeting here and also visit this place AMTZ. This is really amazing place, the way people are working. And if we see our medical field, a lot of things are happening in medical side, a lot of things, different type of drugs, immunotherapy, targeted therapy, and in our laboratory also, a lot of things are happening. New tests are developing by new methods. New instruments are manufactured by different companies, and it is a very good initiative. Previously, we were importing around 95% of medical equipments, and now this AMTZ is manufacturing so many equipments here. But the challenge is, their AMTZ will help us. And now our AI office will also be here. We will also put our best efforts. We have developed knowledge of the people regarding this latest technology. If technology is there, but there is no understanding of that technology, what is the use of that? Clinicians should know. Dr. Gayatri Madam was also talking about genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, all the latest tests.
But clinicians shall have this knowledge. They should know what is the utility of these tests, and we be able to explain them what is the interpretation of a particular test. Then only these tests are meaningful. And all of you are from testing and calibration laboratories. You are service provider of your laboratories, but you are not users of these laboratory testing and calibration. You are service provider. We are service provider of medical laboratories. We are also users of medical laboratories. And all of you are users of medical laboratories. So the biggest challenge at present is people are comparing charges of the test. Daily you are reading in the newspaper, 299, you get 50 tests done, 399 rupees, you get 60 tests done. And every chemist shop, every pan ki dukan, they are collecting samples. And people are very happy. I don't know. एक दारू की बोतल में वो 1000 रुपए लगा देंगे, लेकिन टेस्ट के लिए 299 रुपए में कराएंगे. दिस इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज. ये टेक्नोलॉजी चैलेंज नहीं है, ये चैलेंज है. और फिर जब वो रिपोर्ट ठीक नहीं होती, फिर वो डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, उससे पूछते हैं अब ये बताओ ये हमारा ये, और ऐसे ऐसे अलग अलग तरीके से 80 पैरामीटर, इसका कोई मतलब नहीं. एसजीपीटी 40 तक नॉर्मल है, किसी का 42 आ गया, वो 1 घंटा उसका डॉक्टर का सर खा जाता है. ये बताओ ये 42 क्यों हो गया, मेरा लिवर खराब है क्या? It's the biggest challenge. We have to understand all these things. We are saying health is very important. Health is very important. We are running in the garden. We are pumping so much iron in the gym. We have to see all these things. What we are doing, we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of our family. We have to take care of our society. We have to build up our nation. When we are putting a lot of efforts in all these areas, we have to see what exactly we are doing our health. But still, we are really very happy. The way we face this challenge, the way government faced this challenge of this COVID-19. In the beginning only, we had a meeting, I think it was 17th or 18th May, this was Secretary Health that time, in her office, and then they say we are making, develop some system so that patient getting himself or herself tested, the report should be reliable. They thought this only accredited laboratory will be allowed to perform COVID-19. But now that is the past. We have to understand if RT-PCR is required for COVID-19, why RT-PCR is not required for all other tests? Why accreditation is not required for all other tests which are performed by this technique RT-PCR? Why accreditation is not required for those tests which are performed by tests with similar complexity? This we have to think, and if we have some connection, we have to talk to government, people who have connection, we have to talk to accreditation body. This RT-PCR is required only for COVID-19. This is some sensible thing. It is required for each and every test. We have to understand all this. There are so many issues, and 80 to 85% error are occurring in the pre-examination phase. Whenever you are providing your sample, make sure you are providing in the lab where test is happening, not give sample in any correction. Because you have to be very careful about your therapy. So I'm not reading this full presentation because it is a very big presentation. But the important thing is take little extra care of yourselves. Then you can maintain a good health, because ultimately you have to keep your body and soul together. These both are separate. If body is body without soul, dead body, and soul without body, सब करके भाग जाएगा अगर सिर्फ soul बैठी होगी. Keep body and soul together. Keep this together. We have to take care of our health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your. I'd now like to invite Shri Ram onto the stage to felicitate Dr. Neeraj. Mr. Suresh will be felicitating Dr. Neeraj Ji. Can we have a round of applause? Now we have a presentation from Dr. T. Venkatesh, Quality and Accreditation. I welcome you, sir, onto the stage.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, my teachers. There are certain challenges. Challenges have to be faced by organization, not just. Just remember, any challenge in a country like ours, world's largest democratic country, these challenges have to be faced by group of people or not. One of India. Right? You know how many medical testing laboratories are there? Can anybody guess? At government level, I'm not talking about at the government level itself, there are 250,000 medical diagnostic laboratories. 250,000 medical diagnostic laboratories by government. They are all in primary health center. Every primary health center, they have a testing. You like to go to the primary health center and get your blood and urine tested? Nobody would like, because we are all concerned about quality and accreditation. What about 85% of our population using this facility? Should they not get the quality testing, quality result? Same disease, same treatment, same doctor? Forget about it. How many organizations are there in our country to recognize the quality of this testing laboratory? Whatever standard, whether Indian standard, international standard, ISO 15183. Unfortunately, we all know only one body, NABL. Can one NABL cater to all the though calibration, the testing, accreditation, voluntary, because of three reasons. Otherwise, it would have become fine. Can one organization like NABL, can they cater to the entire medical laboratory services in our country? This is another big challenge. Then what is the solution? Now, if you take private laboratories, collection centers, like what Neeraj said, pawn shops, collection centers, how many are there? Unlimited, unaccountable, we cannot account it. One of the big laboratories, they have more than 2,000 collection centers. I'm not naming. Now, apart from that, unlike other testing laboratories under 17025, except environment testing, the ISO 15189 for medical testing laboratory, there are so many scopes, so many disciplines. Pathology, microbiology, clinical pathology, histology, you see anatomical pathology, so microbiology, biochemistry, molecular diagnostics, genetics. In each, there are hundreds of tests. They have a directory of tests. Now, this is the challenge. Let us look at 10 years from now, 15 years from now. How many accreditation bodies are required in the country? If there's a demand will come from three drivers. Number one, mere competition. Because these 5 laboratories are accredited for their test methodology, the 6th laboratory wants to get accredited. Otherwise, they will not get accredited. That's one driver. Second driver is my mother at the age of 95 wanted to buy something. She said, is it ISI mark? The public demand. The person said it is not ISI mark. Then she came. If the public demands, then automatically the laboratories, testing laboratories, medical testing laboratories, going for it. The third important driver, which is now slowly coming up, is third party payment. Insurance.
If the insurance agent say, no, I will not refund your money unless you got it tested in the quality lab, it's recognized accurate testing. The methodology is accurate. No medical lab will get accreditation from any accreditation body. No department like microbiology, pathology, biochemistry will not get accredited. Not even glucose urea will not get accredited. It is methodology used for the test method. Now, this direction we had some discussion. Our dear friend Dr. Rana, Rana is a student of, sorry, all of us are students of it. No, nobody here is spared from it. We are all proud of you, Devariji. Therefore, my talk is to your lotus feet, pranamti. Therefore, the that Rana, who was for some time CEO of maybe some of us discussed with him, young fellow, you are not even 45 years. You can make up your mind, start on agriculture. Many of my friends did not like. But this man resigned and I became an advisor. Anybody can advise the other person. Advisors take much responsibility. Now, quality and accreditation is Center for Laboratory Accreditation started not as a competitor, but as a hand-holding supporter because this country, South Korea has 4 accreditation bodies for medical. In Japan, there are. In India, there was only 1. In fact, we need in every state one accreditation body with the due approval from APAC functioning so that more and more labs can go. I am just going to make a presentation as a board member of, as an example, as a model for our quality and accreditation system. Now, it functions as an accreditation body like any other accreditation body. Vision, mission, I did not read, it's on the website. Save time, not read all this. Like any other organization, it has a vision. Vision is a long term what we want to achieve. Mission is what is that we can achieve short term. In one of the girls' school, a lot of girls were there. They invited me to inaugurate something. I asked them, do you know what is vision? What is vision? One girl asked me, Uncle, can you tell me what is vision? I said, long term achievement. Vision, short term, measurable, quantifiable. What is that we have achieved? Oh, I know, Uncle. I said, what? From 50 years from now, I want to become a grandmother. That is my vision. Okay. But vision is first I should grow up, get married, get a child. That boy should grow up. Again, he should get married. When he gets a child, then I become grandmother. The vision is understood at that level, even by Alex. So vision is part and parcel of not only organization but every. Now, like any other organization, this also has an organization structure, board of directors, advisory board where I am one of the members, and this is one of the structure, organization structure requirement, and then Center for Laboratory Accreditation is what this organization is playing, and this is the board composition for medical, and V.K. Rana is the CEO and QI, and Dr. Vikram Kumar, Y.K. Gupta, and these are all the members. Why I am showing it to you? Anybody can start an accreditation body with all the sincerity with 4 legs of a chair. If your accreditation body, if it is an organization, it has 4 legs on the chair. What are those 4 legs? 1 leg. With 1 leg, no chair is sustainable, stable. What is the chair? Education and training. Second leg of the chair is service. Third leg of the chair, research and development. With 3 legs, no organization is stable. We need a 4th leg. The 4th leg is everyone in that organization. Commitment and passion. This commitment. And of course, accreditation and recognition programs are there for medical labs as per ISO 15189. That 15, the 15, first 2 digits is the group for medical. Last 2 digits, 89 is the guide. Central digit 1 is specific for in vitro diagnostics on human tissues only, like 170225. 17 is the group for testing and calibration. 25 is the guide, 0 is generic, therefore it is applicable to any like this. Of course, it is also associate member as on now. Yeah, it's going to become full member. So it is due. Evaluation is due in next couple of months. Evaluators are already appointed, and of course, QI is represented as member of a bank working group. Biobanking convener CPC, and convener CPC of business sector. And APAC evaluation for mutual recognition is arranged. Team has been appointed, document review is in progress, witness planning is being done. In fact, I was one of the assessors when IAS underwent APAC assessment. I was the leader. Yes, now I might do same thing for QA also. Of course, the accreditation mark, like any other accreditation body, this also has an accreditation mark to have its own unique identity. And with this, I would like to thank you. I would not want to take much time. I tell you, there's a lot of scope, lot of opportunity, lot of challenges in this country. Next 5 generations can survive doing good work in this area. I wish everyone will join AOIL. I am going to join. You have motivated me. I have little life left. Doesn't matter, but membership for all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk. I'd now like to invite Dr. Neeraj Jain to felicitate Mr. Venkatesh. Can we have a round of applause?
It is a great privilege for Association of Indian Laboratory that GT Venkatesh has confirmed as a life member, and we invite you, sir, for your guide to AOIL for your guidance for betterment of this country, what we can provide. So we are seeking your guidance for the same also. Thank you.
We request all the AOL members and the sponsors, please come on the stage and we'll have a group photo with the other technicians, please. Sir, Gaurav sir, we have a lot of good photographers.
There is a presentation from IAS also and FDS also. Both are accreditation bodies. So I invite team FDS and team IAS also because it's a group photo. So that is the sweet memories of our guest, chief guest, guest of honor, invitees, and friends as a sponsor in this event. So we will share this photo to all of you. And thank you for giving this opportunity to honor you in this event.
Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Shailesh Chauhan, one of our industry experts, to address the gathering. Sorry for the technical glitch. They're just getting ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have very wonderful meeting, AOIN. For start the presentation, I would like to give some brief introduction about myself. I'm new to this group. I'm Shailesh Chauhan, Director of Chirayu Controls Private Limited. We are engaged in basically NSIC manufacture, MSME manufacture. We are an NABL lab as well. We are importer, exporter. I'm the field of civil engineering. Today we are all talking about quality control equipments basically, lab equipments. So lab equipments can be used in a quality control lab and R&D lab. Generally, we think that uh, spending or investing in quality control or R&D lab is an expense, but actually investing in lab equipments or in R&D equipments is a cost saving, because with this equipment you are deciding the mix design of your product, and it is very important. If you understand civil engineering, it is very important. Okay, if you make a correct mix design, the product will be good, maintenance will be less, and overall project cost will be reduced. This is about our company. We are testing equipment. We are partner of Controls Italy in India. Today I'm going to talk on not much about the products, but about the few technology which is introduced in civil engineering. As I said, we focus not only on international Indian standards, but even EN standards as well. So overall, we are providing equipments and everything for Indian and international standards. Why? This is very exciting. All the people who are working in civil engineering, they might be knowing this. Very exciting time has come for civil engineering. Large scale infra projects going all over India. Okay, bullet train project, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor project, national highways, various border road projects, tunnel projects. Okay, tunnel projects starting from Jammu Kashmir to Sikkim. Huge construction projects are going on, and all these projects requires good quality control QC equipments, and they all demand latest technology. They demand automatic computer control equipments. Okay, they require, but new demand is coming. Already now, if you say, if we confirm to only IS standard, that's enough. But now many contractors, international contractors are involved. So they say that equipment must conform to IS as well international standards. So it is responsibility of our Indian manufacturer to provide such equipments. So this is that. Just see what, there are many new equipments are there in civil engineering lab. I am just focusing on just 4 equipments. Ultrasonic pulse velocity meter. Till now, the ultrasonic pulse velocity meter which we're using, it was, I'll explain this in a detail. This is new technology drive by contact. Then another is ultrasonic tomography of concrete structure. It has new things started 2 years back in India. Worldwide it was already there. And determination of elastic modulus of concrete. And another thing is universal testing machine for steel rebar testing as per IS 16081, ISO 692, ASTM E8. What were the limitation of traditional ultrasonic pulse velocity meter? If you say you require a gel, okay, then you can then you can do testing. So this new ultrasonic pulse velocity tester is couple and free. There is no need of applying gel. So what it basically does, so it saves time. Okay, and another thing is that no need to prepare surface. It's a wear resistance, wear proof spring loaded ceramic tips of the transducer, which are insensitive to surface conditions. So this new ultrasonic meter brings new change in technology. So whatever works you were doing for the whole day, and now with this equipment you can complete the work within a few hours. Let's now talk about tomography of concrete. Detail of the equipment is there in our catalog. We can discuss on it. Ultrasonic tomography, just like ultrasonic of, there are ultrasonic equipments for the body. This is similar ultrasonic for the concrete, but there are many challenges in ultrasonic tomography of a concrete. Concrete is basically a heterogeneous material. It's not very simple material, or it's not like steel or plastic. It includes many things. It includes sand, aggregate. Okay, in concrete there will be duct also. Many things will be there, and each structure is different from another structure. There will not be two similar structures. Okay, and there will be reinforcement channels, many things inside that. And nowadays, you see, very large dimension objects are being used. And in bullet train projects, very big concrete blocks are being used. Okay? And generally, when you require to do ultrasonic tomography or when the ultrasonic testing, basically this all comes under non-destructive testing. When you want to do that, these are all in service. Your sample, okay, the object is in service. So your limited accessibility to that. So these are the challenges for the ultrasonic tomography. So what the benefit ultrasonic tomography is providing? Localization of reinforced rebars and other elements, tender ducts, anchors, hollow pipes, cables, and also rebar layers. So these are the, these are the very important benefit we are providing. Detection of material voids, estimation of their position and their size in 3D, cavities, inclusion, honeycombs, and cracks. And very important thing is thickness measurement by one side axis. Okay, consider a big dam is there. Okay, water is there on the other side. You are not able to access it. How to see what's happening on other side of the dam? With the ultrasonic tomography, you can see that what will be there. What is the thickness of the concrete? Similar case with the nuclear reactor also. Nuclear reactor also, we use the very thick concrete layers. Okay, constant reaction is going on, constant erosion is going on inside, which cannot be seen from the out. Okay, so with ultrasonic tomography, that damage can be accessed. Detection of grouting defects in tandem duct and grouting couplers. This is very important. You see, we do PT in structures, and then we do grouting. So how to effectively check grouting is done or not? With this ultrasonic tomography equipment, we can check grouting is done or not. Suppose we have many in bullet trains, we have many tunnels are there. Okay, and in tunnels, we do grouting. Okay, in the panel, backside of the panel, we do grouting also. So how to check if grouting is proper or not? With this tomography, we can see that grouting is done proper or not. This is tomography. You can see if somebody has experience on tomography or ultrasonic, will be better understand it. This equipment can scan it. Okay, you can see D scan, you can see top scan also, and photographic B also. In another slide, you will be able to understand better. See, thickness you can see, and in the last slide you can see it will give you 3D, complete 3D image of what is there in the building or in a concrete. You will be able to see with ultrasonic. See, the one thing is very important here. This is NDT is doctor's tool. Tools are important, but doctor is very important. Okay. The person who is using this equipment, he needs training, and his expertise also very important while using NDT equipments. So how much the thickness of the object is that can determine what are, it can detect minimum 10 mm in a concrete. 10 mm defect can be detected with this ultrasonic equipment. And we have equipment which can scan up to 4 meters of concrete. Like this. It works like this. It's not just as in normal ultrasonic equipment just passes one pulse from one end to another end. In this tomography, there are multiple pulses. Thousands of pulses are being triggered on the sample, and simultaneously it is received by the receiver. and the software which creates image based on several thousands of images within a second. It's very fast. See, so any small duct can also be, any small things can also be detected with this ultrasonic. This is going to be the future of concrete. I can tell you, this is going to be future of concrete scanning and engineering. Another equipment, another technology which I want to discuss is compression tested machines. Okay. Many civil engineering labs might be having compression tested machine. If I forget compression tested machine by the test, one compression machines. I think mostly we are having a digital or maybe analog compression tested machines. So first is to determine standard failure test. Okay. In this machine will stop after sample is broken. And another type of machines, okay, we call it elastic modulus determination. In this equipment, I'm just explaining what type of compression machines are there right now in the market. Okay. In this machine must be able to load it, hold it, unload it. So it is a quasi-static machine. Okay. In a whatever phase control you set in the machine must be able to maintain it. So that is a elastic model determination. And third type of high-end compression testing machine is strain control or displacement control machine. You will be wonder that nowadays we are selling many numbers of strain control machines in India. Okay. All these fibers and many things are being used in concrete. They all use this type of high-end compression testing machines. So things are changing very rapidly actually. And these are the instruments to measure elastic modulus. Elastic modulus is basically stress versus strain properties of concrete. Compression meter you can use, and you can use strain gauges also. Okay, and in majority of the projects nowadays, they mention that what should be the elastic modulus. And very famous is Burj Khalifa, the 43.8 GPa elastic modulus was necessary. And nowadays in India also in many concrete projects are being mandatory. I mean, they specify what sort of elastic modulus should be there. And many private labs and other labs are having this machine nowadays in India. It's growing. These are the international standards for determination of elastic modulus. First one is ASTMC 469. I mean, you are loading, unloading, loading and unloading. So machine is working automatically like that, and elastic modulus is being measured on last two phases. EN is like that. Then EN is like that. So these are four different standards for determination of elastic modulus. Generally, in India we follow ASTMC 469 like this. The last equipment, universal testing machines. You see, I mean, these two compression testing machines and universal testing machines are very fundamental in any civil engineering lab. And these equipments conform to all IS and international standards. So what is different in this? If you consider this, if you study the standard, there are basically three methods in that. Okay. Method A and method B. I'll just talk about method B. This is stress rate control method. Basically, it is a load control method. And many of the laboratories are having, I mean, many good laboratories are having UTM, which is stress control. So in that, feedback is being used from load or the pressure. Okay. Now, method A. In method A, there are two types, A1 and A2. In A1 method, this is strain rate control method. In the strain rate control method, feedback loop is through extension meter. So whatever extension meter you are putting on the sample as a steel rebars, okay, the load rate is being controlled through that. And another is estimated strain rate. We call it a feedback from a piston travel. Okay. Sooner or later, I mean, all this is compulsory requirement in a civil engineering lab. So your machine must be able to confirm all these three methods. So just this is all about new products or new technology in our civil engineering. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, you can.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk. I'd now like to invite Mr. Ashok Kumar onto the stage. Felicitate Mr. Shailesh Chauhan. Have a round of applause. Moving on, we have a presentation by Mr. Shiv Narayan R. from Federation of Development for Accreditation Service. We welcome you, sir, onto the stage.
I'd like to share what are the accreditation problems and what we have done. What is accreditation body and is provides accreditation services, calibration and registered under Institute of Society Government of Canada on 7 March 2019, and we are granted our first accreditation for first equipment and became a member Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation on 2nd February. The expected date to apply for back MR virtual recognition of and until date we have granted accreditation and no policy. We are committed to provide accreditation service in a non-discriminatory manner to applicant CAVs operating as test laboratories, calibration laboratories, and manner, respective of size and ownership, operating system, compliance with ISO 17011 and the applicable ILAC impact. FGS grants accreditation authorities radiological medical laboratories. These are our right and and for medical laboratories, they apply to ISO 15189 and that's laboratory yes, terms and conditions. Written now prior to the grant of accreditation, we should have participated at least in one PTA for the test of calibration.
And in a cycle of 4 years, they are required to participate in each accredited for any parameter. For more details on it, you can refer FDS website. It's published now. Process by step for getting access. So initially, we advise our laboratories gap analysis, checklist, checklist one, and to fix the gap. And after that, they have to file the application from the checklist and the manual. And then, yeah, then the application, they file the application, and then they also file the case for the demand. So after that, it is not required as per FDS plus laboratory question. After that, if they would request, they should directly go for initial. First time applicants or rejected initial assessment. However, if applicant request for break, this attendance on agreed date. Make sure that there is conflict of interest. That is one examination of document for having of cost. And then yes, and it is the is director. And the director asks quality manager to examine the compliance of the procedure followed by assessment team. And after that, he recommends accreditation. And it again goes back to director. He would finally like the accreditation. Yes, the structure is a very difficult. And for inspection of scope, they have to already pay 20,000 per from a new way. And if it is an already existing, they can they pay only 10,000. Annual accreditation. The accreditation validity is for 2 years. So they will pay, they'll have to pay whatever the assessment charge they have to pay. Yeah, accreditation is granted for 2 years, and between around a year, authorities are subjected to surveillance. For the first step, accredited FDS accredited laboratory, they will have to on-site surveillance. After that, like subsequent years, they'll just for you just. As per FDS norms, accreditation status would remain valid till months after the expiry of validity of the period of provided the laboratory has applied for reassessment for the validity period. Till now, FDS has granted 9 accreditations for accreditation for testing laboratories and granted accreditation. Can get this scope of accreditation. We have completed surveillance. Besides accreditation, the FDS also has a training for knowledge, develop the understanding of file and for measurement.
So policy of the laboratory wants to expand their the application is for expansion of state. FDA seeks evidence on and then the documentary evidence the expansion of scope is for organizing lab. And the expansion of scope is from good repair and the expansion of scope would also terminate along with the so policy location of the laboratory is involved. The laboratory wants to shift the location. This usually does not require any on-site. The laboratory has to provide certain documentary evidence that the calculation is complete. And they have to ensure that empirical documentary evidence. Normally, documentary evidence is a mix, but in certain cases, it is required. So in that case, if will be in touch with there are any dissatisfaction against our accredited gaps or against us. They are free to lodge and they will take case issue and be told. And the laboratories are free to appeal against any adverse accreditation decision and the process of the available documents. Applications. Laboratories. They have produced an advisory to laboratory conduct. Thank you, Diwakar, for giving out this.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Bharat onto the stage to felicitate Mr. Shiv Narayan.
I will invite Rashma sir to participate. Is there any question regarding FTS accreditation policy and process? So you are free to ask.
I request all the speakers to keep their presentations little crisp as we are running out of time. Moving forward, we have a presentation by Mr. Prafulla Yelpe from International Accreditation Services, our silver sponsors for the event. I welcome you, sir, onto the stage. Apologies, our gold sponsors for the event.
Finally, I'm here. So, good evening and thanks everyone for giving me opportunity. I was associated with everyone for last 5 years probably. Now I'm in a different role here and Sir Venkatesh has said right tone I probably can say serve the entire India as a big country. And that is the reason we are here. कहते हैं ना हिंदी में कि आया नहीं है तेरे को लाया गया है. In some of the Hindi, I can take it from there that yes, we are here because our customer asked us to come here. And being one of the world's leader accreditation agency here, provide our accreditation services to Indian market. My name is Conformity and I am a technical license for international accreditation services. I just quickly take about what IS is and how it is. Laboratories. One that they are leading US accreditation, right? And they are for this accreditation market. They are having presence in more than 55 countries. And in India, we are your partner in accreditation. As a part of global family of organizations in the ICC and international conferences, a lot of information is available about the ICC. You can get it from our website or even IS online or even at ICC.org. That is the website what we have. Importantly, why is IS accreditation important to the organization? But first part is that is 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 internationally recognized by IF, ILAC, and APAC. IS accreditations is accepted globally by industry, government, and regulators. In fact, they're trying to talk with many regulators, and majority of the regulators are now started accepting our accreditation in India. IS accreditation reduces the need of ticket accreditations. To have maintained any accreditation, you can have only one that is applicable for others. And IS accreditation has to best practices and competence against international standards and criteria. IS accreditations provide a competitive advantage because of, as I said, our global presence. And IS accreditation supplier-customer relationship. Why customers say what the customer says about us, and basically we are very known in the market for our responsiveness. We are very fast. Whenever customer approaches, we don't waiting for 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months. You generally find that we will be responding within 10 days, 15 days, and we get answer to your queries either technical or anything related. Maybe accreditation process that we are technically competent. We have most accredited every industry or pregnancy laboratory. Next, and we are very much approachable. Anywhere in the world you can approach us, and that is what is our USP. I can keep saying about this. These are the various industry recognized IS accreditations from agriculture, healthcare, anti-bribery, consumer products, information securities, energy, soils. Just take a name. There are many codes basically accredited across. These are just names. You have like to see or add some of the Indian laboratories name in this particular list, then I'll make my next presentation in next year EOL events, probably in Congress, and probably I want to mention only world leaders. Probably I can start mentioning Indian leaders or which can correlate more easily with India context. So these are basically our recognized programs. What we are offering the accreditation management system certification body as 17/20 part 1, then inspection agencies 17/20, and we are having personal certification that 24/17/24, then our topic of testing and calibration laboratories of 17/25, then to our RFP, PTP, product certification as per 17/65, forensic laboratories and inspection agencies as we are offering with the accreditation at 17/25/20, 17/20. And recently what we added in medical laboratories start accrediting across the 1/5 and some of the unique accreditation programs IS has. We are doing some businesses for in US market, which like we have some approach like something USFDA, FSMA. These are the programs we conduct and we give the accreditation to the
list of programs. I'm not taking much time. Probably, more information is required. Definitely contact us. We have a outside and we have given questions which all the details. Just one program which we talk about FTA ESCA accreditation, which we have started, and it is recognition. Presently, we can have just we are authorized for this accreditation. So this is one more information which we put in by this brand's administration. These are the various regulators that recognize ISO accreditations, but these are definitely from US. As I said, probably I'll write the list of Indian regulators. The next of my presentation hopefully that recognizes. Majority of them already said that it is acceptable. I will probably formally write their names in my presentation. So this is again about the IS listing accreditation program. Perspective from the US contest, so that I will speak right now. So what is the IS accreditation process? Very simple. You just have to submit your code request. I can guarantee you within week times you will get your code. First response you'll get probably in 2 days and within 7 days. Thereafter, all commercial things are done. Submit your applications. And after application is submitted, we can conduct your assessment as big as less than weeks maximum weeks time. And once assessment is over, accreditation, which basically depends on the non-conformity, that take another probably 6 weeks time. So any given time we can complete for accreditation process. I can say about 3 months time. That is what fastest can. But at times there are incidents of customers who speak that even given days of time. That's what. So IS has an accreditation, program list. This is our website. It's talk about www.isonline.org. Then you can get a lot of information about the accreditation programs. And apart from that, we also conduct a lot of trainings. Online programs are available. But now we are conducting program from the India contest. So we are giving that timeline. So we started Indian time at morning 9 o'clock and ending at evening 5 o'clock. Next month we are conducting one program on RFP. So maybe if anybody interested, they can join online. These are just sample of free trainings on ISO. So we have some free trainings available. You can just click and enjoy. So anyway, thanks for listening to me and thank you for giving.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Sri Ram to felicitate Mr. Prabhulayan. Moving on, we have an address by Shri Mrityunjay Jana, Scientist G and Head, Accreditation and Train, AMPs. I welcome you, sir, onto the stage.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes. So since the morning, we have been discussing about the accreditation, laboratory accreditation. Then what are the processes? Also, two accreditation body presentation, how the accreditation processes are happening, and what is good accreditation, certification, Ammunition Laboratories accreditation that we have discussed. So my presentation would be on risk of unauthentic report. Report means it is the laboratory test report or the calibration report. Because I used to make presentation on the certification, unauthentic certification. My background is accreditation in 7021, 702065. So, so this testing, calibration, everybody knows it. What is testing as per the ISO 17000 requirements? What is testing and calibration? No need to explain it here. Reason for accreditation for the lab reports. Why the lab reports accredited reports are required? Calibration reports or the calibration laboratory test reports are required because customer preference and expectation. Because if the certificate, the lab test certificate is not accredited, it may not have the demand in the market. So the competitor who is having accredited test report has more advantage in the market. So that is one of the reason for going into accredited lab reports or the calibration reports. Then there may be a regulatory requirements like CDSCO, that is medical device regulation. There is a requirement of the manufacturers, medical device manufacturers must have tested their product to accredited lab, NABL accredited, or it is a ILAC, MRA accredited labs. So sometimes the regulator also demands the report, accredited laboratory test report or the calibration report. Then it is better to have a system-driven operation. So if you are having accreditation, so you have a process, proper system follow for granting accreditation for the laboratory, laboratory for the calibration laboratory or the testing laboratory. Then effective control, definitely if you have a following certain system, then definitely your cost saving, effectiveness, and efficiency of the process will improve. So these are some of the reasons for the laboratory are going into accredited accreditation for their test reports or for the calibration. Who can set up a laboratory? So this is anyone can set up because there is no regulation at all. Not only in India, but many countries they don't have the regulation whether to set up, how to set up the certification or inspection or test labs or calibration lab. There is no such regulation in the country. That means no legal bar on anyone setting the laboratory. And that can be a proprietorship, a limited, private limited, LLP, any sort of. So anyone can set up a certification or inspection or laboratory for calibration or the testing. Then problem is that how to distinguish the right kind of laboratory accreditation. Sorry. If it is a government, yes, one can rely on because government has a setup. There is a mechanism of impartiality already inbuilt, whether it is 70 20 or 21 or 65 implemented on its material, but government has some setup of some kind of control measure balancing. If it is a government organized laboratory, it's okay, we can rely on. If it is a big brand, Tata Birla, so yes, we can rely on. Yes, if it is a laboratory set up by big brands, so we can, the public can rely on that. Yes, they will not bad job so that they will go into disrepute of the brand. But if it generally, most all are maximum percentage of laboratories are private, then how to rely on that? Whether the certificate they are issuing, the report they are issuing, test reports or the calibration report, whether they are genuine, with a proper process of following the ISO standards or not, it is very difficult to say. Big question mark. So the only one mechanism to rely on the certificates or the reports coming from any type of laboratory accreditation. Only through this mechanism one can trust, rely on this report, whether it is test laboratory report or it is a calibration. Simply, accreditation is a third-party attestation of conformity assessment body. Here, the conformity assessment body is put together, certification body, inspection bodies, or lab, test lab, or it is a calibration lab. So, put together, it is conformity assessment body, conveying formal demonstration of its compliance. So, this competence is defined in two ways, that is knowledge and skill. Knowledge and skill is the competence of a person, of a organization, of a lab, of a certification body, or an inspection. So knowledge can be gained through education. So there are a lot of ways. A person may be a very much qualified, educated, may not be knowledgeable. The accreditation requirements, even not only accreditation requirements, any standard, certification standard, inspection standard, or lab standard, international standards, it talks about the competence. Nowadays, it has shifted from education training to competence, that is knowledge and skill. If you have knowledge in particular sector and skill to demonstrate that you are a good auditor or you can do the good job auditing or inspection or testing, then you are competent as per the definition of competence. So this is the demonstration of competence of the person, of the certification body, of the inspection body, or the laboratory is accredited. Accreditation ensures the lab which has given a certificate or the report on particular test, the persons are competent. The lab is competent because they have the competent person. So that is all about the accreditation. Why accreditation? Everybody knows, because throughout the day we talk about accreditation, how it helps recognition, quality, monitoring, everything. So the technical competence of the laboratory is mainly the accreditation, as I mentioned you, it is only about competence, means knowledge and skill, but that has to demonstrate it. It's not I have knowledge but I am not able to demonstrate, then that is not competence. Competence means knowledge and demonstratable knowledge and skill in a particular sector. If it is lab also various type of labs, or the calibration lab, or the testing lab, medical lab. So in that particular sector, demonstratable knowledge and skill is called competence, which is the main focus of accreditation, nothing else. Benefits of accreditation, accredited reports. So minimizes risk, because somebody has accredited the lab, checking the competency in that particular sector. So a lab is accredited doesn't mean that they can do everything and that is acceptable. So in the accreditation system, if a lab has been given accreditation by accreditation body, then there is a scope in which sector, which scope, which range that lab is competent. The lab has competent resources. Only on those sectors they can issue that certificate is valid globally. The international
ILAC or IAM paper. Then enhance customer satisfaction, enhance of customer confidence, reduce cost because there is no e-testing if it is exported to outside the world. So once tested, certified or inspected, it's accepted is the main motto of accreditation. What are the issues in the lab reports? So if the certificate, accredited certificate, or the lab issuing a certificate, a lab test reports doesn't have accreditation or the logo of accreditation, it has no meaning. So that means it's just like in my room, I have printed a report, putting some figures in the format, and that's it. You cannot rely on that. If it is accredited, means there is a logo under the report, whether it is a lab test report or a calibration report of a particular equipment or device or major equipment, then it has some value carrying with it because it is accredited. Somebody has reviewed it. The competence of the person who has checked, measured, and given a report on the product. I mean, this is the device. And as I mentioned, the second point is the accreditation of the sectors or the scope. If I don't have accreditation in physical testing, only chemical parameters I have the accreditation from accreditation body, then if I'm issuing a certificate for chemical, that is not accepted properly because I have not been checked by accreditation body on the chemical properties of the product or the test. So it is very specific. So before, if you are seeing a report, calibration report or the test report, then check who is the accreditation body. Then check on their website whether this lab is already accredited or not, number one. Number two, check the scope of accreditation, whether this lab has been given for physical parameters, also range, or chemical parameters, also range. So detailed scope of check the website of the accreditation body. Then only you can rely the I mean to say laboratory, whether the report, test report or calibration report given by the lab has some value and is acceptable globally. Then only. Otherwise, not. Only a simple paper of 2 rupees or 5 rupees value. And you have to see there are a lot of accreditation body, just like certification body, laboratory I have mentioned, there is no legal path or regulation. Similarly for the accreditation body also. So anyone can set up an accreditation body. So whom will rely? If that accreditation body has signed a MRA with ILAC or the APAC, local regional accreditation, then only it is accepted. How to check it? So very simple. So go to the site. If it is lab related or inspection related, go to the site of ILAC. ILAC.org. So there we find all the accreditation body who are member to ILAC. Their details, the scope also will find. We'll find those scopes, how many laboratories they have accredited, and their details will find. Source of ILAC website. So if it is that member, that the accreditation body is member of ILAC, again there is a catch. Full member and only a member. Only a member means paying a fee and you become a member. We have not signed MRA, mutual recognition arrangement. For signing a mutual arrangement, recognition arrangement, one has to implement, the accreditation body has to implement ISO 17011 requirements. Then the pure accreditation body of the region, they will come and visit and audit the accreditation body. If it is clear, meets the requirement of 17011 requirements and also 17025 or the 15189 different standards requirements, then only they will sign, the regional body will sign a MRA with the accreditation body. Then based on the regional accreditation, I'm talking about a regional in Asia Pacific is APAC. APAC, if you are talking about Asia, it is APAC regional body. If they find it, APAC body find it, yes, okay, this accreditation is okay, meeting the 7011 requirements, then they will sign a MRA agreement with the accreditation body. And automatically, after few months, based on this report, ILAC will automatically sign a MRA with the accreditation body in Asia or any part of the group. So then only that accreditation logo used by a lab issuing a certificate is accepted, otherwise not. So I will also show some of the sample I have. Then you will find a logo, but that logo is not member of the ILAC. So there is a catch. So how to check authenticity of lab reports? Accredited lab issue test reports, the calibration reports, scope of accreditation that I have already discussed, specific test, which type of test, that is very clearly mentioned in the scope of accreditation, measurement, range, which range, that is very clearly mentioned, not below, not above, is accepted. So if that is given this range, the lab is accredited for physical test parameters or the chemical parameters, then they can issue certificate, accredited certificate within that range, not outside, means below or above. Then uncertainty, what is the percentage of uncertainty? That is mentioned in the test report, accreditation scope. Then directory of the accreditation, as I mentioned you, you will find it from the accreditation body and also from the ILAC site also you will get it, the link. Then link, chain of link, you will get the scope of accreditation that has been granted to the lab by the accreditation. So these are the simple samples. It is unaccredited. So there is some SPED SPECI, the name of the accreditation body. You will not find it in the ILAC site. If you will not go to the site, ILAC site, then you will feel okay. There is a logo which states that it is accredited, and SPECI is accreditation body. That it is accredited. Don't go by that. Go to ILAC site and check whether SPECI is there. Their MRA signed a mutual recognition arrangement or not. It is not there. So it is unaccredited. Having this sort of accreditation or unaccredited is equal without accreditation, or this sort of accreditation has the same meaning. So it is not accredited, even though there is accreditation logo, but that is not a member of ILAC. Similarly, this one, JKB, they are claiming it is accreditation. Yes, they may be, but it is not part of the member of the or family of the ILAC. So it is not accepted globally. GESE accreditation body. So they have issued a certificate, this lab certificate of registration, the Royal Stansted BV. So they have issued, this is a lab and they have issued this certificate, but it is not accepted globally. What is the suggested steps? Lab should be accredited, and ILAC MRA signatory you have to check from this logo, ilac.org. Then go to signatory research. Then you'll find the name of the accreditation body and what are the scopes that have been granted, the labs, their scopes, everything you will find it from there. And scope covered in accreditation, you have to ensure that scope, your lab scope, whether that has been covered by the accreditation body, the scope granted to the lab or not. That is very much important. That lab may be accredited for physical, as I am giving example, may not be chemical, but for chemical you are using this report. So that should be very, very, very clear. Don't see only the logo, but also see the scope, very much important. Whether your scope is covered under the accreditation that has been granted to the lab or not.
at accreditation body logo. So even though accreditation body logo is there, if scope is not there, that is not an authentic certificate. So see the complexity. So it is very easy to cheat. So logo will be there. You will find in the logo also, in the ILAC site also, that accreditation body, their lab name will be there. But the scope is not there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now, I'd like to call upon Mr. Bharat onto the stage to felicitate Mr. Mrityunjay. Have a round of applause. Now, we have a presentation by Cube Technologies Private Limited, our silver sponsors for the
My name is Rajshekhar, as a product management and technical. Thanks. Yeah, so I think for many of you, it's a global brand in the test and measurement. It's founded in 1948. Since its founding, Cook has been working hard. Top product in the market. And since its founding, Cook has been working to maintain top product. So Cook has been from 1948. He started producing the product of power meter for General Electric Company. Have global presence. From the globe, we have the factories. We have multiple factories in Asia. And this is the timeline for this product. First product launched by Cook, what is the power meter. Now the latest product is the heated multimeter, which I will going to present. So we have different division within. We have Blue Industrial, where you must have seen the yellow product. Yellow product where it goes into the industry. So total employees of 820 people. We are working in that industrial. So also we have a group calibration division where I come from. So group is only company having this multi-brand. Like we have electrical calibration, temperature calibration, pressure and flow calibration, and RF, and we do have the software product as well for the calibration application where it does the complete calibration activity. Like it will calculate the uncertainty kind of thing in the calibration. So no need of worry. And also we have the integrated calibration solution where if you are looking for the clean room for the calibration facility, we in India we design that calibration lab like a test bench kind of thing. We mount in the test bench and providing to the customer as per the customer's requirement. So that is the integrated calibration solution. For the industry, we have told many test bench kind of thing, that integrated calibration solution we have provided. So India is such a market that the box piece will not work actually. So customers are expecting complete solution. So integrated calibration solution is one of the two India invention that we have successfully done that. So distribution wise, we have industrial group partners across India, including Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and the SAARC countries are supported by India team globally. And so we have retail products. Retail products are the product which are sold on the shop actually. So you go any shop, you will get the handheld yellow color DMM kind of thing, which are available everywhere in the shop, electronic or electrical shop. So those are called retail partners. We call them as the stockist. Basically, they stock those products that relate to the retailer. Third one, we have calibration partners are also in Visakhapatnam. FCAL group calibration partner. Yeah. So I just want to couple of products which we have launched recently. So one is that 8.5 digit multimeter. So 8.5 digit multimeter is something crown to any laboratory. So if you are so it will be a reference multimeter, and after 20 years, one manufacturer has launched a new product after 20 years. So before 20 years, uh, 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 Group only launched its previous model, which was 85088. So now we are launching it 85888. So which has got very good provision. It has been designed by making the voice of customer. So what is the customer's requirement? Based on that, this product has been designed. So it has got to 3.5 ppm accuracy or 2.7 ppm accuracy and confidence of 95%, which is the best measurement equipment available on the globe. So there is no other equipment available better than this accuracy. So if you want to go below this, you have multiple set of lot of things are required, and this is 8.5, which is one of the very fast. So it can fetch or it can measure 8.5 digits at one reading per second. So our previous model was taking 20 seconds if you set at 8.5 digits resolution. It used to take 20 seconds to fetch one measurement so this is very fast, and also there is a digital RMS technique we have used in this product. So digital, so earlier we used to call true RMS technology to make AC measurement. So if at all you want to measure the AC measurement, there is true RMS measurement technology, which we are in. So now we are using the digital RMS technology, which is said to be more accurate and more faster. And we are launching with this something called digitizing capability. So that means it will act as an oscilloscope. So whatever one oscilloscope can do, so same thing can do. So this is nothing like a 20 megahertz bandwidth oscilloscope. And also it has got multiple communication capabilities like Ethernet, USB, GKB, and also we have introduced visual connection method, visual connection management. Something whenever you select a function, it will prompt where to connect, which will avoid make any mistakes or spoil the equipment. So that visual connection management has been implemented. So there are 6 terminals. So whenever you select the function, suppose you select the current function, that light will glow where to connect. So you need to connect there. And yeah, so there is a also there is a trending statistics, histogram, everything is there. Suppose if you want to make the standard deviation of 5 measurements, so all the laboratory people will be taking multiple measurements, 5 measurements. So this will give straight away the 5 it will take 5 measurements and it will calculate standard deviation to help to calculate the uncertainty. So on screen that provision is available. Yeah, so there are 2 variants we launched with this product. The other is the lower end version, where certain features are not available. For example, this is 30 ampere. We are launching 30 ampere DMM with this earlier it was 20 ampere, and the lower end version comes with 2 ampere current, and there is no capacity. Whereas in this model there is a capacity. So that is another product I would like to present. So IA 900, so which is a acoustic camera. So this detects the leak. So wherever there is a gas flow or any kind of leaking you want to test, you just place it like a camera. It will detect and it will tell there is a leak here without going near to the place or putting some soap and water. So this will detect by the distance and it will tell where exactly this leak is happening. So this works on the sound side technology, like it works on the phonic technology. It detects basically the sound where the that sound comes, and from there it will detect and it will tell where exactly the leak is. So we have been successful selling this to even to the hospital for the oxygen leakage wherever which can save the oxygen as well. So this is a very popular the first product which was not there in the market. So this is a new product. Yeah. So that's all from our side. Thank you. Yeah. As of now, only 2 models. Yeah. 8588A and 8558. Yeah. So difference is that is a 2.7 ppm accuracy, and the lower end is the 4 ppm accuracy. And also current is 2 ampere, the higher end is 30 ampere. And it is 24 ppm. Yeah. Any other question? Okay.
It's very difficult to sustain for a project.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So we have a policy that so definitely as per the market requirement, as per the raw materials available, we need to discontinue the product and come out with the new product now and then. So also it is not very regular. So one product stay in market, two product minimum 10 to 15 years or 20 years. The agent of the DMM, we have got the discontinued previous model 8508, which was launched in 1999, like 2000. 2 years, we are making discontinuing and we are launching the new product. And as a policy, we have service support for minimum 5 years after its observance.
Yeah, that is only the position. By instrument today already.
Yeah.
And maybe after 2 months later, you will just obsolete that model. It is the, I think as per the laws requirement, you should deliver the after sale service of those instruments which has you sold today up to next 10 years.
Yeah. So as a policy, 5 to 7 years is there. As a 5 to 7 years. If it is new product, we say it is. So
I am not talking about the your this new product that I am talking about the last invoice which you sold to the customer.
Exactly.
That date is for discussion here. That service you should deliver minimum 7 to 10 years, especially for private lab. Because they are buying the instrument by their own risk. So that as an association, we are getting so many information from the private lab community, and they are getting such type of problems regular. So I request to you on behalf of to look into in this matter because private laboratory has on the instrument by their own money or own arts. You will support in this matter. Then it will I believe you will just not find that.
Yeah,
that's to be your top management.
Definitely.
Because I had already done a talk with Sajid Nader, also.
Okay.
But also.
We will, I will report the manager.
This is the general requirement. What we are talking.
Yeah.
I have instrument manufacturer is selling the instrument. After that, laboratory is just chasing them to get the services. If the laboratory is not able to get the services, there is no meaning of a good product also.
Yeah. The reason it is if, as long as the parts are available for that particular product, we are ready to support. We are ready to serve. So if because Group is also not making each and every raw material or use that product, it is not made by factory. So we are relying on some other vendor. If that vendors are not supplying, that is the reason we are discontinuing the product. So it is for any manufacturer for that matter.
Sir, it's not the fault of that lab who would purchase that instrument. It is the responsibility with two fault.
Yeah.
So that customer is not aware you have in-house development or you are getting the activity from the outsource. Because he is purchasing the item or product on your brand name also. So he should not bother about you are taking outside or in a in-house activity. I believe that backend service should be delivered to the.
Yeah. Sure. I will report this. Thank you. Yeah, that definitely we will work on case to case basis. Definitely we are doing that.
Like,
we have done that with many laboratories.
Yeah, just like you had already launched your 588 product and get a products.
Yeah, electrical.
Laboratories having 58508 model, you can take it back and just you can just give concession on that because you have to continue with that customer for a long time. So if you give good prices, then definitely laboratory will approach you.
Yeah. So definitely, sir, we will make this good and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Shashi Kumar to felicitate Mr. Raj. I'd like to invite Mr. Lalit Panegi onto the stage. Felicitate Mr. Raj. Have a round of applause, please. remaining sessions will be resumed tomorrow. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Gaurav Tiwari to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being such nice audience. Say your wish now. So we will see each other again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.